Whoa. Wait. The mic. Did, did they finally fix the mic issue? Yo. Maybe I should just have it set to default whenever I get off stream. So, I mentioned last night I was going to have a Christmas Day stream. Thing is, hang on. The thing is, I didn't really have too much to do. At least not on my laptop. So I could go out of my way and do some research streams, which I probably will do a bit of a research stream on this one. Hang on, just sending a quick little Merry Christmas text. But I thought it'd be kind of cool, since I don't do this very often, I thought it'd be kind of cool to react to some power scaling videos on YouTube. Since every now and again, we get since every now and again I get requests on the other streams. So I thought it'd be kind of fun. Kind of a little neat, loosey goosey a little bit. Cool. Alright, Joe's fun. And yeah. So hello Jeremy. Merry Christmas, Jeremy. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting to actually watch some recent Set the Programmer content to see how things have changed since he had his whole debacle a while back earlier in the year. For those of you who are unaware, Set the Programmer was accused of some allegations and was also apparently a cunt to his friends. So yeah, since then he has recently come back to make some videos during Christmas, which, to be clear, I feel like these videos were mainly made just to get YouTube ad revenue, personally. I don't know, we'll see. I hear this one's a little bit controversial though, so we'll probably watch this one first. Although, yeah, so I believe this came out right before the allegations. This no. I think this is the one that came out for. I was the Piccolo video before or after he got accused? I feel like the Piccolo video was right after, but I feel like this one was the first one that came out after the allegations. I don't think he has any videos. I think he did make a video talking about it. It was after he got accused. Oh, hello, Sparta. Merry Christmas. Or I guess Christmas has already passed for you, technically, but Merry Christmas nonetheless. But yeah. So, okay, so that was after? All right. So, as far as I know, his channel has done somewhat decently afterwards. Some of his videos that I think would have gotten more views did kind of drop. This one was just weird. But I understand why he made this one. There are so many hypothetical videos. Oh, and celebrate Christmas. Oh, happy holidays, Sparta. But whatever you tell. Look, you get the fucking intent. But yeah. So this one I hear is pretty interesting. Wow, you can see I'm actually kind of surprised these three don't have more views. Star Wars scaling is kind of a little mid when it comes to that, but that's still kind of crazy that he hasn't passed 200K on any of his videos. I mean, I'm not one to talk personally. I don't fucking my videos don't do. Oh, Merry Christmas, Devil. Didn't expect to see you here. I can see you. Yeah, he's probably working right now. But yeah, so yeah. We're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna react to it, see how it goes. I don't know if I'll have too much to say. I'm vaguely familiar with both characters. Yeah, it speaks.
Yep. How's it going?
Good. Hopefully you had a nice Christmas or Christmas Eve. I don't know. No, your factory's not open on Christmas, I'm assuming, right? His silence speaks volumes.
No. Oh, we're gonna be open New Year's Eve and New Year's.
Oh, that blows.
Yep.
Well, Merry Christmas,
It is
then.
what it is, though.
Yep. All right. Are you doing something, or are you gonna be like sort of like watching the stuff with me so I can like stream the video?
Oh, I'm driving right now, so I'll
Okay.
mute.
No. That's fine. I just want to make sure before I start. Yeah, I'm gonna be reacting to some Power Scaling videos on this stream, so we'll see how it goes. All right. Starting off with sets Naruto vs Saitama. This was 12 days ago, a very recent video.
The Saitama is an endgame character that basically is in the New Game Plus playthrough of his story. being strong enough to fight the strongest in his series, but being
Oh, what the fuck happened to his voice? Is he sick? Oh, what is that? Oh, okay, so he's with Noodles. I believe Noodles is the one who also went after him. Actually, I think Noodles went the hardest after him, if I remember correctly. No, so he dipped for like a year, releasing a few videos here and there to test the waters, and then he came back hard during December for that ad revenue money, but unfortunately, I don't think it panned out the way he thought it would.
pitted against foes from beginning to end. On my channel, I've gone over Saitama against Goku, Saitama against Gojo, and two characters given some of the strongest accolades in fiction. These accolades, however, tend to be exaggerated when it comes to almost any of them, as we've explored in great detail on this channel. Do you ever find yourself watching anime and wanting to buy
This man really put a fucking ad in the middle of his fucking intro?
named
Okay.
Cosmic Garo, a battle that had Saitama pushed to new levels of strength and showed the most insane things we've seen in the series to date, making his battle against even the world-ending Lord Boros seem like nothing. Naruto is considered a uniquely powerful shonen protagonist that has reached the end of his story, and unlike the ninja that are in one
Am I the only one who kind of feels like it sounds like he's reading from a script a lot harder now these days? I don't know. Am I the only one getting the vibe where like he's just looking down the whole time? He's not really like as animated as he used to
Punch
be.
Man, Naruto had to overcome an entire world of ninja that did nothing but hone themselves to compete against ninja almost in the hundreds of thousands in terms of number, in a world where it was the standard. On top of this, they are given a unique energy known as chakra, inherited from celestial entities that give them subsequently unique and overpowered abilities and mutations that allow them to take down most other battle shonen and crossverse pretty decisively.
Don't both skill
Naruto goes a
social
step
level,
beyond
Saitama's
this.
measurable speed, when
Not
Naruto
only
has
is
way
he
more
in a
hacks and
world with
abilities.
far more competitive super
From what I
shinobi than
understand,
One
Seth
Punch
argues
Man
for
is,
Uni in
Naruto
this
too
video,
receives
for
a
Uni
divine
Naruto,
and godlike
similar to how
amp
Kyle, I
from
think,
a
does nowadays.
celestial being known as the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto not only receives this divine shinobi power and surpasses his predecessors, but also faces many similar world-ending threats, with one being Toneri, who was going to destroy the entire planet Earth after slicing the moon in half, and was then going to hurl this moon at Earth so hard it would either explode or destroy all life on it.
I'm
With
not tripping,
Naruto
right?
using a hint of his
If
true
it's Uni and Naruto stomps. Well, apparently he goes through multiple keys in this one, but I'm not tripping, right? He sounds
power,
weird.
then beating him in one punch, just like Saitama beats Boros. Naruto also possesses many demonic entities within himself known as Bijou and their energies, one of which, the Nine Tails, individually had the power to
No,
eradicate
this is where it
all
gets kind of
life
weird with
off
power
the planet.
scaling,
Through his
where he
scalings
does
to
sound
beings such
deeper.
as Kaguya, the
think it's
endgame
deeper?
boss of Naruto Shippuden, and his many scalings upwards
know.
facing off against the pseudo-godlike entities known
lighter
as
to
the
me.
Otsutsuki clan.
Losing
Naruto
voice again,
reaches
so be texting.
ridiculous
You're a
heights
good
for
devil.
many
Try to take it
modern
easy.
battle
It is
shonen.
Christmas. What
In
do you mean he's writing on
Naruto, the
Christmas?
series is very unique in the sense that the
Yeah.
characters have to find a way to
Probably just
outsmart
handling his
and take
business.
advantage of their opponent's openings in quick succession.
Yeah,
With
no,
the
okay.
slightest mistake
Yeah, I'm
at
not
the
the only one
highest
tripping,
level
right? He
being
sounds way
immediate
different.
death. In essence, any slight confusion you can give your opponent or delay is almost like a superpower. For instance, the Six Paths of Pain are a relatively strong group of shinobi, but one-on-one, they are not so scary to an elite shinobi. But in a pack, with their strange myriad of abilities, it's almost like having to solve a puzzle mid-fight while fighting their gang off and trying to figure out what would even work against them to begin with. Many shinobi within this world will just ignore
Hello,
the
Wes.
physical
Merry
confrontation
Christmas if
with
you
you
celebrate it.
entirely,
If not, happy
and
holidays.
slam your psyche with a form of mind hacks or manipulation called genjutsu. Even lesser
Naruto
shinobi
can't
can
do
transport a
genjutsu, right?
galaxy into your mind space, but stronger ones such as Itachi Uchiha can create an almost higher dimensional space that he can manipulate all of the time and space of at the speed of light to whatever whim he
Higher dimensional space. Boys, boys, is this man arguing for 4D Itachi? Boys, is that what I heard? It sounds like he's giving a general overview of the series, but like I don't think you have to. It's a Naruto versus it's a Naruto versus Saitama video. I don't think you have to go through every ability Naruto's verse has, especially if Naruto can't do it himself.
desires within your brain. Speed and knowledge of how to deal with these techniques were always very important. But as the story goes on, we learn of the nature of shinobi and the energies that empower them to become super ninjas to begin with these large stations of energy becoming the
either way,
Bijou
Sonic
mentioned
Solo's broke.
earlier.
There's
These
no way he's
Bijou
just
would
fucking
bring the
padding
sense
out
of
the video.
power into
There's
the
no
story,
fucking way.
with Naruto basically acquiring all of them, or at least fractions of all of them, and acquiring the strongest Bijou and then pieces of all the others. These Bijou put together are basically super weapons and a
Naruto
massive
doesn't get a
planetary
Ten-Tails, does he?
rivaling bomb of power and raw energy that celestial beings
No,
would
as far as I
then
know, he doesn't
use
get
to
the Ten-Tails.
consume so they can surpass the limitations of
Bro, who wants to bet this man's just fucking paying out the video just so
verse
that way
itself.
he gets more ad
This is
revenue?
later elaborated and shown in the Boruto series, more specifically with a character named Shibai. While Naruto is
I
nowhere
don't know where
near
the
that
recap
level of
ends.
a god, such as Shibai, he still possesses some of that data that would be consumed to do such a thing. And this has huge consequences and amplifies his shinobi abilities to a divine level, with him even being able to siphon energy from the very planet itself and have such a massive excess
I
of
have no
power
idea
that
where
the
the
very
actual
spatial
fucking recap will
curvature of
start.
the planet it's
We can tip a little
I'm
bit.
arguing he might not be able to do it until Dragon Ball Super elaborated Z journey before being able to confront a full power Naruto. Unlocking
Whoa.
his potential in a sense per se gives him some serious stats that many shonen and even battle comics in general struggle to really deal with. Even Dragon Ball would take Goku far into his Z journey before being able to confront a full power Naruto, as I elaborated in this video here, with some arguing he might not be able to do it until Dragon Ball Super, which we'll get into later. This divine power called
that's
Six
actually kinda
Paths
funny. He
allows
just puts the
Naruto to
fucking video
far
of Goku
surpass his
dismembered.
full Kyuubi Chakra mode state, using natural powers absorbed called Sage Mode to amplify his powers even further. In terms of speed, Naruto, even in his incomplete Kyuubi Chakra state,
Alright.
which Kurama calls basically a fraction of his power, Naruto can zip around the version 2 Raikage, so much so that you can calculate the actual distance Naruto traveled in comparison, needing anywhere from 3 to 72 times the speed of the Raikage in his fastest state to accomplish this. While that's heavily debatable and the calcs go back and forth, Naruto then gets the full form of Kyuubi Chakra mode. The first
I will say the calc scaling for the Raikage feat is always fucking weird, especially because the manga panels are really hard to calc half the time for Naruto, but that's also assuming you even trust calcs like that. Pixel calcing has always been like a contested thing in power scaling. It's probably the thing that makes power scaling the most difficult to work with, since sounds congested a bit, also sounds like a bullet point script. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. And he
state
just
to
reading
the
off the
second
script.
is
Which
basically the
there's
difference
nothing
between
wrong with
Naruto
reading off the
having to
script,
use
but
all
it
his remaining
it,
energy
it
to just
definitely
open the
shows
mouth
that
of a
like
Bijou and
the
rip some
events
rods out
have
of its body,
probably
to
done,
Naruto
because I think
slamming
he did
5
have mental
Bijou
health
on their neck at the
issues
same
during
time,
the whole
WWE
event.
style,
But yeah,
without
no, you can
actually trying
definitely
to
see
hurt
that
them
he's not
or even
like
going all out.
he's not as
Saying it
prime
makes him over
anymore.
5 times in chakra volume or combat
I am
stats
surprised he even
may
came back to
really be an
YouTube, honestly.
understatement. Then Naruto masters his chakra mode even further, as the initial link that let him do that feat earlier was actually imperfect, fighting
Alright.
off guys that could react to his full form while giving thousands of shinobi the power to tank continent nuking attacks from the
The
strongest
editing is still
guys in the
pretty solid.
series and then
The
avoid them at
editing
the
is
same
definitely
time.
still
Guys who
good in
can
his
easily
videos. I
react to
wonder
the
if he edited this
Raikage
himself
and then
or if he
get
had someone
turbo
else edit
amped
it.
were now getting reacted to
Because I
by
know he had
KCM1
editors,
Naruto, who
so I
can
wonder how
barely
many of
keep
those
his
came
eyes
back or how
open
many he
because he's so
got post
tired.
this whole,
With Sage Mode on
debacle.
top of this, his stats may multiply even further. Some will argue that Sage Mode is a
I guess
bit
you have voice
akin
crack.
to a curse mark, which was more so prevalent in earlier Naruto or
That voice
early
crack
Shippuden.
sounded nasty.
Others will lowball it due to the way it's described. If you say that Sage Mode is only 1/3 of your chakra being Senjutsu, then add it on, it's not too significant. But if it's more akin to a curse mark as suggested by Jugo, Senjutsu Susanoo Sasuke, and the Orochimaru gang in general, then Naruto may get around 10 times stronger, if not more, in Sage mode. This is even backed up in the Power Filler series, where Sage Naruto can basically curb stomp a 4 Tails version of himself, with
Using filler now?
Kakashi stating that a 2 or 3 Tails Naruto has
We is that what we've come to? Is that what we've come full circle? We're using filler now? For filler's now valid?
probably over 100 times his chakra, while at base he usually has 4
Oh,
times.
Demon.
Naruto
Yeah.
then has to fight a guy
I
that
thought
could
we'd do some
already fight him
reactions
in this
to
state.
some power scaling videos
Madara
today. Don't know which
Uchiha
ones yet, but
plus
someone
the
talked
10
about
tails,
Cedric
which
today.
is all the bees you put together, and his
And I was
Renegon
like, fuck it,
eyes
let's see how Seth's
amplifying his
doing.
reaction speed, plus a god tree
Also, hello,
that
thank
shot
you.
out
Merry
of the
Christmas if you
planet,
celebrate
arguably
it. Otherwise,
faster
happy
than lightning
holidays.
speeds, that eclipsed the entire horizon to the point that the energy required to actually do this may take more than it would to blow up an entire country. It gets really absurd as Kishimoto seems to power creep the series. Later in the video I'll describe some higher speed scaling, but for now, that is the general idea. With many data books and guidebooks supporting the consensus that most top modern shinobi in Shippuden start to reach around the speed of light in short distance combat speeds, while Naruto surpasses their chakra volume by an absolutely absurd degree that he amps all his stats with, that he probably surpasses their speeds and powers dozens upon dozens of times over if he really wanted to in a maxed out burst. For Naruto's attack power, normally I would skim the details as I feel as though I've gone into pretty extensive depth over the years and I've made my case pretty ubiquitous throughout the fandom. However, as time has gone on, a lot of newer and more casual fans are still pretty alien to what Naruto should actually be capable of, and why the Naruto Shippuden and Boruto series have some pretty good stopping power for a Shonen Jump battle manga compared to most others. So not only will I have to establish a case for
Can I just say for the record that he's talking about Shonen Jump battle mangas like they're not all that strong, but like that includes shit like Saint Seiya and stuff. A lot of those battle mangas are a lot crazier than what I think he's giving credit for, especially nowadays. Although to be fair, you do have like weaker verses also these days too. I just don't think I think it's probably close to like a 50-50 split whether or not you're gonna be getting fucking planet and universe busters or fucking city block but fucking busters. Hello Kyle. How's you
What's
you
he?
enjoy your sleep last night?
What's he arguing?
Um I'm watching I'm watching Naruto versus Saitama, and he went over Naruto's speed, where he's basically arguing Naruto is like he's not arguing it technically, but he's implying that Naruto versus the Raikage could potentially get him at 72 times the speed of light, and that he'd be dozens of times faster by later on in the series. So currently he's on AP. Hello, I've been watching the animated series Avengers Assemble, and it got some decent feats for like Hulk lifting Manhattan. Avengers Assemble was great. I saw some debug video game. I saw some debugs for video game Sonic scaling, so him soloing them both is rather questionable. I'd have to see what the debugs look like, and I'd have to scale Sonic first.
why this video in itself is even interesting,
But yeah.
as most people think Saitama is above.
Yesterday there were some people asking like if I'd seen any of Seth's content since he came back, and I was like, you know what, I actually haven't. So let's do something different for Christmas and actually react to some power scaling content. We might throw in a Wonder Review video here and there, depending on how far we get into this. But man, he has just spent the first hour. What?
So what? You want to go over some job and go dodge shit?
No, I would just pick a random JoJo scaler. If
Of
the Jumper
Shonen
Godot
Jump for
happens
the
to
most
pop up,
part
maybe
said
I'll pick
maybe
him.
Goku or something. But there are a lot of modern influencers that aren't familiar with the old guard in terms of scaling. So I will give a strong case here for Naruto in a bit more depth than normal.
There are a lot of modern influencers who aren't familiar with the old guard. I don't know how the fuck to say this without sounding like a little bit like a prick, but like for better for worse actually, because Seth made the power scaling community a fucking travesty. I doubt there's any skillers who don't know about Seth the Programmer, especially after his whole, rise to fame earlier this year. So I don't know where he's coming off like, oh, people might not know about me or like my scaling. I'm pretty sure he's the first guy who
You're
pops up with.
the most infamous, like, power scaling debater. I don't think there's a single, like, place even within, like, people who barely touch power scaling who wouldn't at least have heard rumblings of the name.
Yeah, like,
Quite the infamous person.
you want to know what it is? He sounds really fucking nervous. He doesn't sound like he has the same confidence he used to. He sounds like a guy who is walking on eggshells. And to be clear, he kind of is. But actually, I don't think he is. He wasn't accused of it. He wasn't convicted of anything. No, Chuck and Swag Kage, as far as I know, are back being friends with him. But to be fair on that front, I'm going to keep it a buck here. Remembering everything that happened with Seth, just to be as honest as possible, the only thing he was really guilty of, that he was like directly proven guilty, was just being a cunt to his friends. He was just a massive fucking asshole, which anyone who saw his videos fucking knew that. Everything else regarding anything else was an allegation that they threw on because they wanted to hurt him.
Well, but they knew that he was an asshole to his friends. He even self-admitted it, like, multiple times.
Yeah.
He wasn't exactly hiding that.
No, that's why. So it's like, which, no, he never denied it. He never denied it. It was literally just that they were just upset he wasn't fucking talking to them. We literally saw screenshots of him talking to minors. If we did, he wasn't convicted of anything, so like I don't know what to tell you there on that one. Like we have a court of law in the United States, you know? Like if you have pretty blatant evidence of doing like fucked up shit that's actually a crime, then like I mean you get like you go to jail. Now granted there is some leeway here and there. Forgot Seth was a thing. Good for you. Good for you, Wes. I didn't look too much into the other allegations because I wasn't around for the infamous Keemstar interview. I didn't watch it myself, but there were people in one of the servers I was in who were like just going back and forth about it. But no, I don't think the allegations were ever intended to hold serious weight. I think it was just his friends who were mad at him, wanting to fucking cut him down a peg or two. Oh, is that why you said STP-445? Now I get it. Yeah. No. I'm not too familiar with how that whole set thing turned out. As far as I know, actually, did he take down his Can Seth beat the allegations video? Yeah, he did. Yeah, okay, yeah, I think there is a video missing there. Yeah, Seth made a response video. He took it down. Did he talk to minors or talk to minors? Or did I don't know. I didn't look into the details of that one because at the end of the day, my thought process was if there's an actual crime here and he's guilty of shit, then the police will get involved. Like there'll be there'd be like investigations and law enforcement involved. He was asking for nudes. Are you are you serious? Then how the fuck is this guy still around then?
Normal.
I'd have to look at the context. There's no fucking way they have him blatantly dead to rights like that and this man's still around. No fucking way. No way. Well, I don't know. EDP's still around and fucking that guy was really going to meet up with the miner, so I don't know. Maybe I should look into that fucking evidence later.
There is a plethora of evidence that Naruto Uzumaki, by the time he obtains his 6 paths divine shinobi powers, has far and beyond the power to destroy a planet. I've outlined this in many videos, as you can see here, but not only this, but he actually far surpasses.
Okay, so am I the only one who's kind of annoyed he pops up videos, but there's no links to the actual videos?
That tier by many orders of magnitude, which I'll get into. First, let's establish the first claim. and every single data book entry almost ever concerning the source of Naruto's immense and stated to be borderline
Jeremy says Merry Christmas, Kyle, even though technically it's not on Christmas for you.
immeasurable energy
No, it
reserves.
is not.
The Nine Tails, it is stated to have some type of earth-shattering, earth-wiping,
Man, it wasn't
or
until I got to fucking like my grandparents where I saw my cousins from, just like, man, I really don't fucking like these people. I forgot how much I fucking despise being around a lot of these people. Like, oh, you're all so mundane and boring.
Damn. Nah, I feel ya. That's why I like to spend Christmas for the most part with the people who like, I like spending time with, who are willing to spend time with me, technically. Why Naruto hate all of a sudden? Oh, Naruto, Ichigo is faster, stronger, smarter, and a better fighter. Yeah, I'm just gonna say this: immeasurable should never be used for power scaling. It's fucking stupid. If you mean immeasurable speed, yeah, they probably could have named it a little better, to be honest.
Well, what else are you gonna like? What else are you gonna name? Basically, being able to physically travel the timeline. There's not really a whole lot of names out there that you could choose.
Oh, because there's infinite speed. There's immeasurable. No.
There's
There's another one. Oh no, immeasurable
Inaccessible.
power statements. Oh yeah, those shouldn't be used.
Yeah, those are super vague as fuck.
Irrelevant. No irrelevance above infinite and immeasurable. Right? What's the other
It
one
is.
besides infinite? It's infinite speed and the other one that's on the same level technically.
It's technically a bit better, which is inaccessible, where you can move in a place that has no time.
Yeah, inaccessible. I was gonna say, what the fuck was the other one? My Christmas was ass. My brother was supposed to come. We had to go all the way to go get him. Wait 30 minutes. All tell us he was coming. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Reggie. Sorry I couldn't brighten up your day.
destroying reserves of power. The Naruto Databook is officially licensed and is created alongside Musashi Kishimoto.
You can use immeasurable strength statements, but when you use them, you should be aware that they are not really usable for scaling because they don't give a top end to work with. Because if you take it to its maximum, then you're just winking the fuck out of the character. Kyle, have you heard the stupid all Witcher 3 endings are canon theory?
No, they're fucking not. That's stupid. And the only way you can use immeasurable strength statements is if you've seen what another character has shown the upper echelons of doing, and then you have like at least an idea of what they could potentially do.
Yes, that's fair.
It's not good on its own, but if you're comparing it to something else within the verse that has a similar statement, okay.
That's fair.
Naruto for being an in-depth guide to the powers and knowledge of the series.
I have this problem with many others. Context. Somebody could be immeasurably strong, but that verse being immeasurably strong is just like blowing up a mountain or destroying a mountain, and they keep using it for those type of things. It's just like, oh, okay, so when they say this person is immeasurably strong, so they could potentially be mountain level.
Yes.
Series. And I am tired of acting like material that is clearly closely worked on and improved by the main author to give background details on the main story does.
Oh, hang on. So that's ranting about fucking author involvement?
Shattering, earth-wiping, or earth-destroying reserves of power. The Naruto Databook is officially licensed and is created alongside Musashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, for being an in-depth guide to the powers and knowledge of the series. I have this problem with many other series, and I am tired of acting like material that is clearly closely worked on and improved by the main author to give background details on the main story doesn't matter because it's not in the manga. Not only do the actual IP owners who determine the canonicity of Naruto determine it as factual data, Kishimoto then goes along with it, works on it, then signs off on it directly. Denying it is usually a cop-out because they
I guess people have been denying guidebooks and data books for mangas? I don't know. I haven't seen too much of that these days. I wonder when the script was actually.
Can't fathom that the author would actually say things like this.
I've never heard that.
Well, he's going off on people denying data books, so I guess he's running into some of
am I
them.
going to provide these data statements
You know, actually, to be fair, if you're scaling Naruto, I can see why people try to deny your data books because, like, the data books do make Naruto characters way stronger than what the series shows. So I could see running into some data book deniers. A guy made a post where he asked if people had heard of the theory. Now, no hate to this guy if he himself thought it was dumb and just wondered if other people agree with the theory. I don't think that works. Kyle, do you see the Sonic movie 3?
but I will then provide the
I have
narrative
not.
structure of the story itself, feats from the main story, and even statements from alternative
I
sources
did see
also
Craven yesterday.
What?
I did see Craven yesterday.
Oh, and how was that?
Not terrible.
I was gonna say it must be your favorite movie with a character who has the power of animals.
No, it's fine. I think
support these
the plot could have been probably worked a little bit better, but it's not a terrible movie. Like, people are heralding this as like the end of fucking Marvel. It's like the shittest movie. It's like, no, I've seen way worse from Marvel. This is like not. This is fine. It's not like it's Love and Thunder.
data books for naysayers. I'm tired of playing games with this. In Naruto Databook
What's that?
3, on page 71,
No, I just find that funny because, like, just no, for no reason whatsoever. No, it's not Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm planning to
Dude,
see
that makes.
Sonic 3. Well, I hope you have a good time, Jeremy. What?
Have you seen Love and Thunder? That's fucking terrible.
I have not. People do that with the Dragon Ball guidebooks, especially when trying to say Super Saiyan 3 Goku was stronger than Ultimate Gohan, despite the guidebook saying it's the opposite because the guidebook isn't proof. Look, so this is what I'm going to say regarding guidebooks and data books. They are officially licensed products that are allowed to talk about the series in depth and show off the IP. Are they the end all be all? Technically, no. But they are official pieces of evidence you can use to support scaling and get statements from to support scaling. It's officially licensed material. It doesn't matter. And manga has a more consistent canon than comics and shit. So it's not in the same vein as like comic guidebooks where that can be weird.
Well, this is where it's also like, well, how do you take contradictions between guidebooks? It's like, okay, you take the one that came out latest.
Yeah. You take the most
New
recent.
information, retcon old information.
Yep.
But some people really fucking like that because they lose. They either lose or they have to admit certain things out versus that they don't want.
He's not wrong. I still find it funny that they use Itachi's mental control as a 4D thing, when all he does is take control of your personal matrix. And I
So,
responded with, what?
so yes and no. What the Tsukiyomi does is it does trap you in the mind, but it does allow you to basically fuck with like time and space within the mind. It's basically the same thing Orochimaru can do because he can basically make a universe within somebody's mind.
All right, you guys heard it here first. Kyle supporting 4D Itachi. Confirmed.
I'm not spoiling anything. I'm just giving context.
Very cheeky of you, Kyle. What's the worst Marvel movie you've seen, Kyle? And I responded with no. You stick with one ending. What?
For Love and Thunder, I couldn't even get through the movie.
There's a lot of bad Marvel films. If I had to pick one, it'd be Eternals. I have not seen Eternals either,
Oh,
actually.
that's a bad one too.
Hell, I've been arguing this with the Sonic guidebooks because people don't like how the Sonic books upscale the verse. So the Sonic guidebooks are a little weird because I don't know what the game versus like comics canon is. I know there is a comic line from Sonic that is officially canon to the games, but I don't know where the guidebooks sit with those things.
It is stated around the start of Naruto Shippuden when Kurama looks at Sasuke. Sealed inside Naruto is a powerful force that can easily turn the world to ash.
I like how he says easily, but it doesn't come there. The IDW. Yeah, IDW comics.
This is interesting because this is only half of the Nine Tails. Naruto gets the whole Nine Tails by the end of the series and before Boruto begins.
From what I understand,
you could say that the Nine
people should power scale more book characters. Too true, Pimp Demon. Too true. Too true. Book characters are so much easier to scale because all of their feats are just directly stated. regarding Kurama's statement in Naruto, from what I understand the guidebooks, you could technically, and this could be disingenuous, I'm not saying it's not, but you could argue that burning the planet or shattering the earth is not like destroying the planet in its entirety. I know that's an argument people make for it.
No. I take the statement of turning the world to ash, and I just say, it's multi-continental, at best planetary.
Yeah, because technically, well, Kyle is right that
'Cause we
you
have-
should
because-
take it. You can take it
Well,
either or.
that's how I take it, because that's how I take the Whitebeard statement.
That's fair. But no, that'd be the correct way to take statements like
Tails would
those.
only be someone who could wipe the surface of the planet and maybe all life on it, which could be true, but I'll support the planet wiping statement in more detail later. In Databook 4, on page 283, it is stated in KCM2, when Naruto has not even mastered his link with Kurama, the Ninetales is actually holding back on the other Bijou monsters like him as to not kill them. When the beast chakra seethes, the earth quivers and the heavens shake. Earth-shattering, destructive power.
Wait, Zimmer's
Then in
glasses?
V-Jump, during the release of
there's just
Boruto
glasses
informational
above blue light.
panels, which are similar to supplemental material for other series commonly used, this is stated by Naruto's Kurama avatar and its Bijou bombs. The 7th Hokage who governs the Leaf Village, able to make use of the Kyuubi's chakra at will. He's at a high level and hailed as the strongest shinobi in the world. The Bijou Dama is maximum chakra condensed and released. Its power can even blow up the earth. Some translations say it will blow away the earth as well. These statements are fine on their own, and it's sort of similar to Cell can blow away the solar system.
Well, it's also
But
because
they are
depending on the
contentious
book
for a certain
character,
degree.
it's a real
Why do
fucking
I-
pain in the ass to go through a series, because some series that have like good power scaling have like 30 or 40 books, like Vampire Hunter D, for example.
He's not wrong. Why would Kurama hold back against his siblings when they can't truly die, and if he did kill them temporarily, it would ruin all Madara's plan or downplay them? So the issue is that Kurama surviving and like reincarnating was a thing that came up in Boruto. In the original manga, as far as I know, Kyle can correct me.
No, they do say that if you kill a tail beast, they'll come back later, and they bring that up in the war. But the problem is that that's the equivalent of being like, oh, well, why don't you kill your family? You know they're going to come back. It's like, yeah, but that's not exactly what you want to do. That's more of a last-ditch effort.
Easiest dub for me. They're like, you have to kill your family to survive. Not a problem. Oh, please. Kyle wouldn't have stopped you either.
I interpret them as more literal than metaphorical. This is where
Well,
it gets
they're
into
kinda
the
nice. They can
narrative
complain
and the
about it
feats
later.
of the later story, as well as the sequel series that clarifies many things from the ending of Naruto Shippuden and what it was aiming for. I'll dive into the narrative a bit here first, and what the point of Naruto becoming so absolutely powerful is for. You'll notice as Naruto goes on during the war arc that he starts to become so powerful with a sliver of the Nine Tails' chakra that a single one of his thousands of clones can pretty much solo some of the strongest guys in history, that can even fight other lesser-tailed beasts, that can blow away
Alright.
mountains and potentially countries depending on certain calculations.
Wait, there's a non-mastered KCM2 mode. Isn't KCM2 all about Kurama and Naruto being well linked? And since how is there a non-mastered mode of that? So, from what Seth said earlier in the video, according to one of the data books, there are two versions of KCM2. One with Kurama going all out, and one with him not going all out. And I think that's what Seth means by mastered. Mastered would be him going all out. But in the current situation,
think
their
the
backs are
one-
against the wall.
One,
What?
I think the one he's talking about is the one where it has the Kurama avatar, like, coming out to help him, and then there's just the
By
one where
the
it's
time
just the
Naruto
cloak.
gets his KCM2 state, or the full access to half of Kurama's chakra residing in his body, he can defeat Bijou with no difficulty,
Yeah, there
and can
it is.
actually empower the
'cause
entire
he has
Shinobi
full
Alliance,
form.
consisting of potentially tens of thousands of Shinobi to have chakra over even Kakashi Hatsuke, who some of you may have heard even without watching or reading the series. He is generally considered one of the strongest guys alive at this time, and he actually amplifies and surpasses this whole shinobi world so much that he can protect every single one of the Alliance members against Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, the leaders and puppet masters of the Akatsuki and from the Ten Tails for a long period of time, being said to be able to destroy and define the world itself. During this, he protects everyone.
You're saying the truth-seeking orbs do not do existence erasure? Interesting.
From the Ten Tails, basically
they do.
out and yelling so hard it exerts enough energy to rip a continent to shreds. But why?
They're a form of particle manipulation, or the particle style. And they also have the ability to fuck with the soul. So
Naruto have to become so much above the rest of the shinobi world? Why do even the villains have to be this strong or at this level either? Why would Kishimoto make the series this intense or this powerful? Well, the reason is because of what the villains are and represent, as well as what they are trying to achieve with their absurdly intense ambitions, with even Naruto being somewhat of a reflection and reformed parallel.
Okay, I'm just gonna say for a video like this, you don't have to go into like the narrative reason for why characters get stronger. We're just talking about them getting stronger. You mean what he doesn't do, what doesn't do durability negation? Why so many people say they do durability negation, Hollow Purple? The fuck?
To this, the villains from the story start to really want to change the world around the time the pain arc of Naruto. These
pets. They like to go get it.
I'm just gonna skip ahead. It's a 1 hour long video, and we haven't got to Saitama yet. And there's still this is a collaboration with new
celestial entities that basically dominate and then can utilize the power of its parts by potentially over billions of times, which I went over in this video here. So
they don't. Oh, hang on. They don't hurt the soul, Kyle. What they did is cancel the Edo on the parts of the body they hit, and what soul's parts are held in those Edo parts.
Yeah, so it fucks the soul. Because when Minato leaves the body, when he's a soul, he doesn't have his arms.
Maybe he should just get his arms back. Did you ever think of that, Kyle? Maybe he's just
no, he doesn't have arms. Crazy. He's now an armless man.
Crazy. Couldn't be a fist.
Actually, that might make him faster. It might make him more aerodynamic.
Who is destined to even save or destroy the world had the power to save or destroy the
idea.
What? Aerodynamic man? No limbs, so he flies across the air at like fucking super speed, just like flipping over. That actually sounds like it'd be a fucking
entails, hence the point. But later, he is divinely amped beyond this. And why is that? And is tasked with fixing the early whim scale up its plan Chia. And I'll get into that later. But for now, let's learn a bit about his opposition, the One Punch Man.
Saitama is by far one of the strongest and fastest characters ever seen in manga history. He is a hero that became so strong that everything in life, including fighting monsters, became...
He's one of the fastest and strongest characters in manga history. Saitama, I think, is barely hitting Universal, I think, nowadays?
Meaningless. Saitama is
I don't know if he's hitting Universal. I think it's more multi-star and solar.
Powerful that he struggles to ever find the thrill and excitement towards fighting and being a hero that he once had. When Season 1 of One Punch Man dropped for the first time in late 2015, the comparisons and versus battle matchups began to pop up all over the internet, pitting the bald hero against several other legendary names, such as Superman and Goku. The manga itself is literally called One Punch Man, and Saitama tends to live up to that name. Usually without even trying, he is able to practically one-shot every single major and minor enemy that he ever faced in the entirety of the manga. It's to the point that some people believe he is simply an unbeatable gag character, similar to that of Arale from Dragon Ball, Popeye, or even...
So I had 30 tickets, and I thought I would just, just for a bit of Christmas fun, see what I could get.
No. I already hate you. Because I know what you're going to say that you got something. Oh? I fucking hate you. Fuck you. You fucking asshole. You don't... Fuck you. You have enough characters. Fuck off.
If it makes you feel any better, I got an additional.
No, yeah, if you post her right now, wait, additional of the same one or additional character?
Off that pool, I got an additional.
What was the addition? Okay, so what was the additional? Was it the same character or was it an additional other character?
Another character.
Who was it? Fuck
I got a
you.
4-star. I got a 4-star Yukon.
She's not good, but fuck you, dude. I'm gonna go do pools later, and I'm probably not gonna get shit. Fuck you.
What?
Hang on, I gotta fix with the fucking camera a little bit. No, fuck
What's your issue?
because you have so many characters and like you don't even save up properly. You're just like, oh, I'm just gonna pull and I'm just gonna pull everything. Oh, hang on, I gotta move the fucking laptop a little bit. But he doesn't have his arm backs because they are in their pure world ahead of him. He would likely get them back once he's in the pure world. Obito still has his soul parts, even when having half of his body hit with his own orb. That's fair. Saitama fights people like Garou who can move and react in attoseconds. Attoseconds, or is it milliseconds? I'm pretty sure Garou reacts in milliseconds.
Obito, when he got hit by his Truth Seeking Ball was already like a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, so I think the rules are a little bit different for him.
I guess is there a statement for that, or are we just assuming that?
Well, because say people who have the 10 Tails chakra or Sage of 6 class can interact with the Truth Seeking Orb without being like hurt.
Suspicious. Can't believe only getting season 3 for One Punch Man when beat 10 years since season 1 in 2025. Why does it take so long?
Because
has
it's
it really been that long since One Punch Man came out? Is it a 10-year-old series now?
Yeah, because it's a monthly series, and if the anime was to try and catch up to it, then like the next season is going to cover the Monster Association if they ever do it, and they have to wait for the Monster Association arc to finish, and now you'll be waiting all over again because you're not that far away from the Monsters Association arc.
Yeah, so 15. Oh, Kyle's here? Yes, Pentime and Kyle's here. Kyle, when are you going to finish your book? Oh, I know Rin type protagonist, please. What do you mean, Rin's Beast? What was I talking about? Kyle's bullshit pools.
And Bugs Bunny. There are many people who believe no matter what happens, the narrative of Saitama requires him to one-shot any and all beings that dare stand in front of him, and his power level is simply omnipotent. Or something along those lines. I mean, I get why people believe this. I really do. The show is literally called One Punch Man, right? Arguments such as, how can Goku beat Saitama? Saitama is One Punch Man. He can one-punch anyone. Are extremely commonplace over forums and YouTube videos to this day. I am here to tell you, though, that I am not one of these people that believes that Saitama has truly reached the level where he can simply one-tap all of fiction. Nor do I believe he's even the strongest manga character, let alone diving into some of the comic book realm. I'll go into several reasons why, but for now just know that Saitama during the most serious and intense fight of his life, against the threat level god and master martial artist Awakened Garou, in fact...
I'm reacting to Set's recent video, Saitama versus Naruto. I heard he had some uni Naruto scaling, so I was curious to hear about that and see how his videos have been since, what happened. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, unnamed individual. Kyle, you will refer to him as an unnamed individual for now. Merry Christmas, unnamed individual. It is not Mangler.
Merry Christmas. Now, give me your address so I can send you a bomb.
Wow. This man's doing bomb threats in public. How bold. But unfortunately for you, good sir, I don't have a mailbox.
Fine, then give me your P.O. box.
I'm poor. I can't afford a P.O. box. Every time Murata draws a chapter for One Punch Man, the animator starts to sweat bullets. Except he hasn't actually one-shot every character in the series. Yeah, so popular misconception. A lot of the final bosses Saitama fights do not get one hit. They don't get one tap. A lot of them get back up or keep going. Be quiet before Zim sends the cartel after you. Wow, just because I'm Mexican. Oh shit, he collabed with Noodles? That explains it then. That man has supported and argued for years about Naruto being cosmic to multiversal. Well, it's I know Kyle's in that boat, so I want to see what they.
Hey,
Did
hey,
not
hey,
one
fuck off.
shot.
I don't think he's multiversal. I've
Oh.
seen his arguments for it, and they're quite poor. I do agree with Universal.
Universal, yes.
The only multiversal thing I've argued recently is Kill la Kill. That's it.
You're right. He has argued Kill la Kill is multiversal, which is kind of weird. Yeah, give me your give me your address so I can kidnap your mom and you can call me dad. Whoa, Pimp Demon. Whoa, what the fuck?
Sounds like you're about to be spitting some rhymes. Goddamn.
Him. Saitama threw a serious
Everyone
punch
needs
at the
bomb
very
bombs for
beginning of the
Christmas.
fight, which was then copied and returned with
Fucking-
equal power,
this is
stalemating the
what
blow in the
Christmas-
very beginning of their fight.
This is what Christmas
Saitama
cheer
hit
looks
Goro
like?
several times during this fight, and Goro not only managed to survive, but he actually continually adapted.
Christmas
and even
cheers him
became
as
more
you giving me
powerful.
your account.
This alone proves that
Nah,
Saitama,
bro.
even when he is serious
produce
and the
good
most powerful
content.
he's ever been in the series to that point,
You
is
get
not
that
truly
one
going to
first.
one-shot everyone. I
Not
feel
this
that this
Kenshiro
needs
will
to
never be
addressed.
good content.
It'll be the peak content, don't worry. Next
Damn,
year it's gonna be peak.
Damn, you're spitting.
Nah.
Kyle,
Outright from the beginning.
when this man doing the Samus video?
Just so we get past the
It's
whole
all
idea that
coming out
Saitama would
eventually.
inherently one-shot someone like Naruto.
He'll
Saitama
get to it
does
when he
have
gets to
limits
it.
from a
I'm sure
versus
he will.
1 perspective,
2027, right?
and because of this,
2028?
we now need to look at the several feats of strength that Saitama has managed to
Well, I
perform
hope so,
in the
don't you?
manga. In the early chapters of One Punch Man, Saitama fights
You're right.
Marugori, a
To,
man who was tricked by his
probably
brother into taking a
2035.
drug which turned him into a 270-meter tall titan that could quite literally one-shot entire
not Kill la
cities
Kill.
in singular
This is
blows,
Cyber.
which was classified as a threat level.
He shows up
demon.
on he's
After
on the server every now
accidentally
and again.
killing
He
his
does some
own brother,
shenanigans. Oh, yeah, I forgot
Marugori
he was gonna make a
was
Samus
enraged and
video.
jumped onto Saitama, creating an
Yeah.
impact
Oh,
over 100
I've been around like
times
10
and
years
began
now.
throwing
I've been
countless
saying that for
blows
like
at
8 years
Saitama,
now.
which was then stated in the data book to create a 100-meter crater.
Yeah, that's why 2035 is not an exaggerated estimate.
Blows and one-shot
Nonsense.
him following this assault. To put in perspective how insane this is, during Pain's assault on the Leaf Village in Part 2 of Naruto, Pain used his now infamous
Fuck.
almighty push ability
kinda
to
Wait, did I
almost the entire
Did I ever ping Kyle for that chat?
The Kill la Kill one? I don't
Which
think
one?
he did, but I don't think Kyle cared about that one, did he?
Oh, then never mind.
Yeah, I'll say I don't think Kyle scales Kill la Kill, or I don't even think he watched it actually. You didn't watch Kill la Kill, did you?
I watched parts of it. It didn't do anything for me.
All right. Percy Jackson versus Alex Mercer isn't close. I'm sorry, Kyle, is what I would say if Alex lost, but I'm not stupid. Okay. I can actually low key make an argument for Percy beating Alex because he doesn't have DNA, so there's nothing to biologically like mess with. He doesn't have like. So the gods
Really?
in Percy Jackson technically are not biological in nature. It's weird, and their godly DNA means that like half of them isn't biological at all.
But isn't he also half human?
Technically, but the way divinity works in Percy Jackson kind of makes the god overwrite the humanity portion. It's weird. They don't really do a good job explaining it. So he's half non-existing, half there. Cyber apparently has taken off before you could ask, but you can ask him in the Discord server.
Leaf Village. This was the most insane feat of destruction ever shown on panel at the time. So this means that Chapter 1 Saitama already possesses more destructive power than half
Well, I've been
of the
trying to play
series
this
of
fight
Naruto.
so
Like, I
carefully,
just want you guys to
almost
think
won.
for a
I
minute.
figured out
What
how to
Beefcake was
use-
able to do was
how
every
to use
bit as
Sunday.
terrifying and as much of a threat as the 6 pads of pain were during his
Never
attack
forget that
on the
Harris
Leaf
created
Village.
Milky Way by
Saitama was
accident.
then able to
True.
casually dispatch this threat without even trying. Saitama's next major destruction power feat occurs when a truly
fuck, that's what we should
capable
ask for.
It's
It was
stated
here,
in the
fucking
anime that the meteor elevated
his
to a
thoughts on fucking credits as Astra. Damn.
We'll get those from him later on, I'm sure. Because of milk from her jugs.
level
I'm
6
not
to a
familiar
level
with the
9
Greek,
on the Torino scale. For
cosmology
those that don't know,
origin.
the Torino scale is used by NASA to measure the impact effects of
Ditch the resolutions and launch your
Son of a bitch.
to the Earth, such as an asteroid or a meteor. For context, the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs was considered a 10 on the Torino scale. Saitama then jumped back to Earth, creating
Sorry
an
if I'm
absolutely
skipping a bit
massive
here, but,
crater
like,
and
fuck me.
shockwave that traveled around 1/3 of the moon's surface area. This level of fragmentation was so powerful that it yielded around 15.7 exatons of force. basically the energy needed to level multiple continents. To put this in the perspective of Naruto, this once again casual feat from Saitama is now rivaling some of the in-game bosses of Naruto, such as the Ten Tails Biju, a being in Naruto that was so powerful and devastating that both Kaguya and Hagoromo, and even some of the Otsutsukis later in Boruto, all seek its power out. Not only was this feat impressive in terms of power, but it was also impressive in terms of speed, as the time frame in which Saitama
I
managed to
just
jump
figured
back
out
to Earth
what
is
Scott
around
Sunday's ultimate does. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Fucking hate you.
Yeah, did you know it basically gives you a free finisher?
Hate you. Getting ad blocker, you chump? No. Zim, do you think a character's reaction speed should at least be comparable to their perception speed? Unless the character is stated to act instinctively or like without thinking, they would have to perceive whatever's coming at them to react to it. So they would have to be comparable, or perception would be technically a little faster. Why would universal level beings want a low continental being's power? So I think Noodles is discussing physical. You can't black odds on YouTube anymore. I don't know what's going on here right now.
That was the big thing going around, where it's just like people who pay for like YouTube Reddit, it's just like, but we're still getting ads. It's just like, and you fucking will.
Dude, the fact that YouTube Premium doesn't fucking stop ads, why the fuck would you ever pay for Premium? That's just literally, you're just literally burning money at that point.
Well, wasn't that the entire selling point, is YouTube without ads?
Yeah. Now let's continue. It does stop ads?
20 seconds in the anime, where
Chat,
he would
I
have
can't
had
afford YouTube Premium. I fucking buy book ISBNs. I buy cards for card games in my own card game, and I technically buy source material for scaling. Yeah. I don't know. They're kind of all over the place on the scaling. So I understand what they're doing in concept. They are escalating feats higher. So they start with low end feats and then build upwards. The problem is that that takes fucking forever, and it makes shit sound weird when you go through the high end feats later on that they already believe in.
to have crossed nearly 239,000 miles, which would be about Mach 58,000, or about 6% the speed of light. Boros potentially scales to the speed feat as well, since he sent Saitama to the moon with his attack in the first place. Murata also confirms that Boros launched Saitama at near the speed of light. Boros, after failing to deal any meaningful damage to Saitama, decided to reveal his magnum opus, his ultimate final attack, the collapsing star Warren Cannon, which was stated to be so powerful that would
I hate when they have fights where it's just like, we have just this one fucking damage sponge.
Yep. Zim, I had YouTube Premium since 2020. Do you know how many ads I've had since? 0. That explains a lot. I bought 3 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh! Tin sealed. Fucking man spending some money.
They even state that this attack was going to blast Saitama and the planet itself to hell. So there's potentially even a planetary feat going on here, but for the sake of consistency, if you look at the data book, which states that the collapsing star cannon could shave the Earth, and the manga statement mentioned earlier, I believe that this is easily a multi-continental plus feat, even more impressive than Saitama's moon jump. Saitama, of course, during this attack, powers through it and one-shots Boros, which quite literally split the clouds in the Earth's atmosphere. Just to debunk a quick statement that I've seen people throw around in the past, is the One Punch Man Blu-ray guide, which stated that Boros was going to blow away a star. This is...
Zim, can you look at something real quick and tell me if that means they perceive things at microfractions of a millisecond? I mean, you can send it and I'll take a look at it, yeah. This is more of a reaction, chill stream rather than a game stream.
So a mistranslation, as the kanji used in the statement is Hoshi, which simply means celestial body, not star. So
you think these people have actually learned Japanese, or do you think they just have someone else being like, hey, this is what the actual kanji is?
No, they have someone on the server that they all use. This is why, why me and Mengla have like such a bug up our ass about this stuff, because it's just like, yeah, well, who was this person that basically said their version is like more accurate? Because it's like, oh, but they're saying one of these 1-to-1. It's like, well, no, they're not, because if they were saying one of these 1-to-1, it would come out in broken English. And 2, this is their interpretation, and I'm not going to take the interpretation of somebody who used for power scaling reasons to look at the Japanese kanji. A kanji in a language that even the Japanese people hate fucking learning, because anything can mean like 3 different things, and it needs all the context around it.
If he could tell the difference that microfractional or microsecond they were arguing about made. No, this character's not perceiving the microfraction of a microsecond. What this character is doing is saying that this very tiny amount of time does not make a difference in the music to me. They're not perceiving it. They're saying it doesn't matter to them because it's so small. What does YouTube Premium offer? As far as I know, nothing. Pretty sure it was already accepted to be a planet-busting feat. No, this was contentious.
So yeah, I'm of the opinion this is probably
Which one?
multi-continental and at best planet.
Boros having a planet level feat with his cannon has been contentious because people would argue multi-con or planet.
So there's also the guidebook statement where, depending on how you want to take it, it could either be continental, it could be planet, or it could be multi-con, it could be planet, or it could be star.
Yeah. I mean, now, apparently, I'm not
Planetary
sure.
if you use the anime.
They
This is not
probably
the end
is
of the
just
planetary
now.
showings in One Punch Man, as Psycho Orochi managed to perform an absolutely insane on-panel feat of destruction when she sliced a massive piece of the Earth's crust with one of her huge laser attacks. As astonishing as this looks, if this actually is more powerful than the collapsing star cannon, due to
Yeah,
the
'cause
fact
this
that
the
Boros was
opposition was
going to
perceiving at
shave
that
the
level
entire
since the
Earth,
character's
not
referring
just
to
a piece of
someone
it.
else. I
But
could
then
say the whole
again,
thing
she
right
might
in
have
this
cut deeper
paragraph.
into the Earth's crust than
If you want,
Boros
but
would
now
have,
if you'd like
so
to
it's
go
kind of up
later,
in
because
the
that's
air
way
which
more
one is
reading.
more powerful. Saitama vastly and unsurprisingly outscales both of these characters, mostly due to his fight with Awakened Garo. But outside of the Orochi feat, the only other thing I can think to mention is that when Saitama's house blew up before his fight with Cosmic Garo, he was so pissed off about it that he considered obliterating the entire planet, which I don't believe is an exaggeration in the slightest, considering how terrified Garo was of his Chad aura. Saitama is clearly a planetary threat as a lowball. Moreover, Saitama's true power would only be revealed in his insane battle with Awakened Garo, but I'll talk more about that later. Before I get into this next section, I'm just going to give you guys a brief spoiler warning. Saitama's battle with Awakened Garo has some very major plot points, so if you don't want to be spoiled, here's your chance to skip this part of the video now. Anyway, the first thing I need to discuss is Garo's insane speed feat against Platinum Sperm. Platinum Sperm, Garo, and Flashy Flash actually earlier in this fight created a small constellation with pure movement speed alone. This, albeit impressive, was completely overshadowed and outdone with a similar yet far more impressive feat later in the very same fight. After Flashy Flash was completely overwhelmed and outsped by a full power Garo and Platinum Sperm, those two began accelerating and clashing with each other, creating an even more massive constellation of pure movement. The major difference between this feat and the previous, though, is that this feat actually gave us a time frame in which they managed to create the constellation. Let's just say they managed to perform this insane speed feat in about
Oh yeah, so Jim, did you like
1.3
fighting the dinosaurs
With the dinosaurs.
in Star Rail?
Fuck those dinosaurs. Some bullshit.
Speed is measured by distance
Yeah,
divided
I
by time. So now that we have a
I
time
hope you
frame,
enjoy it,
all that
because there's part where you have to fight 2 of them at the same time.
Don't say that. Apparently, Acheron's light cone is essential, so like I missed out on her essential light cone.
that's left to do is measure how far they move. So luckily for me, some big nerd on Versus Battle Wiki already did this and calculated literally every individual line on this page and quantified the distance to be somewhere around 1.69 million meters in about 1.3 milliseconds. That is the equivalent of moving around 4.77 times the speed of light. And this is even before Garo got his god powers, so this is not even remotely close to Garo's full speed. As absolutely insane as that is, this is still not even the best feat in this arc. Saitama vs. Awakened Garo is the most bombastic, flashy, and intense battle we've ever seen in the One Punch Man manga. This fight is on some straight Dragon Ball Z Galactic Smackdown level.
No, I'm gonna make it clear. I'm gonna make it clear as day. Cosmic Garu versus Saitama or God Garu is a better fight than like almost every single fight in Dragon Ball in terms of like feats and scaling. Dragon Ball fights have terrible fucking feats when it comes to actual destruction. This fight is honestly a fight that is just good in general, just for the spectacle of it. Not even up for debate. Dragon Ball has a good fight once every blue moon. Just being honest.
Well, no, whenever anyone talks about a good fight in Dragon Ball, you know what's the only fight that I hear slip out of their mouth? It's the Cell fight.
Honestly, if we're talking on manga, I think Cell Fight's pretty good. But if we're talking like animation, I do think Super Saiyan 2 Goku versus Majin Vegeta is probably a really good one. No, it's not a hot take. The destructive feats in Dragon Ball fights are next to fucking zero.
Murata, the artist of One Punch Man, set a specific goal in mind during the creation of this fight, which was that he specifically intended to make the Boros fight look mundane in comparison to this one. He without a doubt delivered and succeeded in his goal from literally the very first punch thrown. Garo, after being given cosmic powers by God himself, became so powerful that he began passively oozing cosmic radiation, killing many of the strongest S-class heroes. Garo, who lusted for power, wanted to prove he was the strongest, and seeing as Saitama had never gone all out on him in previous fights, he needed a way to drive Saitama to do so. So what he ended up doing was he ripped the core out of Saitama's best friend and apprentice, Genos. Saitama arrived on the battlefield right as Awakened Garo did this, and he became so serious, more serious than we have ever seen him in the entire manga, that Garo would get exactly what he was asking for, as Saitama wasted zero time and began the fight with the most intimidating serious punch I have ever seen. Garo immediately used his now insane adaptation to copy Saitama's serious punch and threw it right back at him with equal power, causing a serious punch squared. Blast, the number 1 rank S-class hero, was the only person other than Saitama capable of fighting Garo, and even he was utterly shocked at the level of energy being used in this attack, and claimed that if this energy goes unchecked, it will completely blow the earth to smithereens. Not only this, but Blast states that the energy was actually too great for himself. However, his powerful squad showed up and aided him in redirecting the absurd energy. The aftermath of literally the first exchange between Awakened Garo and Serious Saitama was truly incredible, as a massive hole in space was formed in the distance, showing that several hundreds of thousands and potentially even millions of stars had been destroyed in a singular collision. If you consider the farthest star capable of being seen with the human eye, you would be able to see a star that is around 16,308 light years away. The fact that every star within our perception was completely wiped out in this massive space hole allows us to calculate.
Okay, so we're going for the highest possible interpretation here, it looks like. That's fair, I guess.
Calculate the density and volume of stars that should have been perceivable in every parsec of the whole, and then therefore how many stars were destroyed in totality. Around 1,612,815,128 stars should have been in the void prior to impact and annihilation. Even if we lowball what kind of stars that would have been
the fuck?
Volume of stars that should have been perceivable in every parsec of the whole, and then therefore how many stars were destroyed in totality. Around 1,612,815,128 stars should have been in the void prior to impact and annihilation.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay.
What's the issue?
I don't know how I feel about that one. That's okay. Did you see? You're not watching the video, right? So you didn't hear what he said.
No.
So you know how when Saitama and Garo are fighting, they create like a whole part of black in the night sky because of the stars they destroyed.
Yes.
This guy's saying that mathematically, Saitama and Garo destroyed, I believe, 1 billion? Hang on, let me make sure I got the number right.
Perception was completely wiped out in this perceivable in every parsec of the whole, and then therefore how many stars were destroyed in totality. Around 1,600,000,000.
So apparently Saitama destroyed 1.6 billion stars with that feat.
How did he get that number?
Because he's calculating the farthest perceivable stars possible with it's saying parsec. But so, to be clear, by this logic, the night sky has to have over 1 billion stars visible at all times. Because again, they have to be seen. So we have to see them in the night sky. I don't know about this one, Chief. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I don't know. This don't seem right.
I don't know how to feel about that one, because wouldn't it just be easier just to say, well, that'd be like multisolar, maybe the start of galaxy?
How many stars are in the Milky Way galaxy? Hang on. How many stars in the Milky Way?
You're looking for a
100 billion to 400 billion stars. Okay, so there's enough stars just by that. It's 1.6 billion for just that section of the night sky, Zim, not all the stars in the sky. No. What I am saying is the night sky they see is the same night sky you see on Earth. Not every star is going to be perceivable there. This man is arguing. Are they forgetting that the stars that we see is just the light that we've been projecting over a long period of time, and that they may or may not even exist anymore? So the problem with this is that by the logic this man is presenting, everywhere you look in the night sky will have over 1 billion stars that are both visible and invisible, apparently. So according to him, there are 1 billion stars in one direction, 1 billion something, which is reasonable, but we can't see those. This guy's assuming that Saitama's blowing up stars we can't even see, and apparently, based on math, that's 1.6 billion. I don't know. Me personally, I would just go with everything we can potentially see. But okay, pop off, King.
12,815,128 stars should have been in the void prior to impact
Most stars
and
we've ever seen in that
annihilation.
sky might as well have been collapsed as well. Yeah.
Fuck, I heard the grossest thing at the Christmas lunch yesterday. Because for some reason, my cousins were allowed to bring some of their friends with them. And they were fucking talking to each other, and I heard, in the wild, somebody say, Slay Queen. I'm just like, oh, I nearly fucking retched. I nearly wanted to throw my fucking plate at her.
This is stupid. I don't even specialize in astrology. Look, I'm not going to say the math is wrong. I'm just going to say I'm going to need a little more evidence than all of the stars that we can visibly see disappearing to say 1.6 billion stars are wiped out. All I'm going to say.
I'm also going to say it would just be far less controversial and easier just to say, like, give it the actual tier. Don't try and tell us how many stars have disappeared, because you don't know for certain.
From hundreds of thousands of stars to billion. Okay, understood.
Even if we lowball what kind of stars that would have been...
Kyle are having a nice Christmas over there? Yes, New and Merry Christmas. Kyle's Christmas has already passed, but you don't assume any star in the sky are there? So,
no,
if you produce enough force, can't you just knock the light away?
No. Because light's intangible. But no, that's not the problem. The other problem is that, like, this is assuming that all the stars that we see are identically, like, as far away from each other as they should be. Some of them could be closer or further away. That's not taking into account the size of the stars either.
I'm going to assume that 1.6 billion is a highball. If you fuck with the space-time continuum, you can fuck with light. Yeah, but technically be, for most intents purposes, intangible. Technically.
Present well, no, it is intangible because it's just our sun, and simply
it's just photons, and you can't interact with photons.
Me, when I can interact with photons.
Tama and Garo only destroyed neutron stars, which are about 1/3 the gravitational binding energy of our sun. This feat still comes out to around 2,225 times 10 to the 73rd power joules of energy, or simply multi-galaxy levels of force.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold up a minute. Okay. So, the Milky Way galaxy has over 100 billion to 400 billion stars. Okay, Saitama completely destroys 1.6 billion, and this man is saying Saitama's feat is multi-galaxy level. Oh, okay, the math just really be mathing there. That's no, no, that's wrong.
Maybe he's taking the accumulative power that it would take to destroy all the stars, and that's what it would come to.
No. So he's assuming that Saitama's destroying stars that are 1/3 the strength of ours.
Such as the stars the size of our sun, and simply say that Saitama and Garo only destroyed neutron stars, which are about 1/3 the gravitational binding energy of our sun, this feat still comes.
So he is saying that Saitama, in a destruction feat, produced enough energy to destroy multiple galaxies, and he only destroyed like 1.6 billion stars based on their math. The math isn't mathing, chat. The math is, and you know what? I'm gonna have someone being like, Zim, that's AP versus DC. You can't do that. In this particular case, I can, because they are scaling a DC feat. This is a destruction capability feat being scaled. If they are producing enough force to destroy the galaxy, that would have been shown. I don't know. My Christmas is also over. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pimp Demon. I'm sorry I couldn't get the book out on time for Christmas, Pimp Demon. I was broke and I couldn't afford the ISBN. I'm sorry. The book is done. I just have to format it. And boom, I will have it out by New Year's. And then you can tell me how, like, I really shouldn't have taken that long, and you'll be 100% fucking right.
I think it would have just been easier if they just called it multi-star or like multi-solar, and then just left it at that instead of trying to be as technical as they are.
Look, I'm not saying calculations are wrong, and I'm not saying calculations can't be used. I'm just saying in this particular feat, I think the intent of the feat was already shown, and the intent was to wipe out solar systems, not galaxies. I don't know. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just, maybe it's a range thing. No, he's talking power.
Comes out to around 2,225 times 10 to the 73rd power joules of energy, or simply multi-galaxy levels of force. As I said before, Saitama and Garo were truly starting to rival many of the feats we've seen in other series, such as Dragon Ball Z, such as when Broly wiped out the South Quadrant. The shockwave of this blast...
Yeah, no, it's AP. He's arguing AP here. Also, to be clear, Broly destroys multiple galaxies in the South Quadrant. So yeah, he's literally arguing Saitama by blowing up multiple solar systems, bare min, is producing enough force to rival a galaxy destroyer. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying in this particular case, I don't think that's how you should take this one, but that's fine. One of the weapons originating from the two fingers, a formless sequence of ciphers comprise blade, and as such no shield can repel it, deals holy damage, and the furtive inscription appears to be hanging in the air. The language of light spoken by the two fingers, that's something in Elden Ring weapon DLC. Neat. So Saitama just fighting with his dick out swinging. Apparently Saitama just wasn't going all out, I guess. I guess he didn't want to destroy the galaxy that he has no real control
also
over
would have had
stopping.
to have traveled at massively faster than light speeds, calculated around 257 billion times the speed of light, in order to reach that many stars in what appeared to be a couple seconds. Whether or not the shockwave scales to Saitama and Garo's actual physical speed is debatable, but it's still worth mentioning. And what's even more insane about this fight is the fact that Saitama and Garo were continuously growing faster and stronger. Saitama, due to an upsurge in emotion that he had never felt before, began exponentially increasing his stats at a rate that superseded Cosmic Garo's adaptation by a ridiculous amount. It was then stated that the only character who was capable of perceiving the growth of Saitama was getting left behind. There are also a couple of other lesser but still incredibly insane feats from Saitama during this fight, such as when Saitama used a serious table flip to completely obliterate one of Jupiter's moons and a couple of panels, and then he ping-ponged Garo around the debris, moving at such dumbfounding speeds that he created dozens of massively faster than light after images to blitz Garo, just to prove to him that he can surpass his teleportation with sheer movement. This feat was calced as Saitama was blitzing around Jupiter's moon. The method used simply measured the distance Saitama bounced around the fragments of the moon, which was around 9 million meters, and used a time frame of about 1 second. Due to the sheer speed of Garo and Saitama, 1 second is realistically a massive low ball. The result comes out to Saitama's sheer combat and movement speed being anywhere from around a couple thousand times the speed of light, all the way up to 3,344,753,589 times the speed of light. And as I said before, this is a low ball considering that Saitama is constantly getting faster and stronger. It is truly unbelievable how far Saitama has come, but I haven't even revealed the highest level interpretation of Saitama's power yet. Saitama during his fight with Garo was actually stated to be infinitely strong. I know that's a pretty insane statement, but there are actually a few ways of interpreting it, but I actually don't think it's that far of a stretch given some of the statements we have seen in the most recent chapters of One Punch Man. That being said, it could be the case that Garo is stating Saitama is infinitely strong because of his seemingly unending ability to adapt and become more powerful. This is a valid interpretation, but I believe it's also valid to say that Garo could straight up be right about Saitama having truly infinite power due to a few factors. First and foremost, Garo is outright stated and shown to have the energy of the entire cosmos and universe flowing within him. This was at the very beginning of the fight before Saitama began rapidly increasing his power level. Saitama not only surpassed Garo in every conceivable way, but he also even held back against Garo to prove a point. Saitama directly told Garo that he only needed one hand to beat him, and he was right. By the end of the fight, Garo was getting smacked around so bad that he...
Oh, I don't think you would know.
If you say you got another fucking character, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
No, I just wanted to see what your reaction would be.
He straight up admitted that Saitama was leaving him behind and he would inevitably die by one of his punches. Saitama decided to chase Garo through his space-time portal and used a massively faster than light fart to catch up to Garo mid-teleportation. It is at this point that we get what is possibly the most insane...
You got a character I want.
Zim, did you see it? I did see what you sent, but I haven't read it yet.
Statement and feat in the entire manga to this point. Garo's monstrous and evil mentality suddenly shifted when he noticed that Terrio, the boy he had come to appreciate and care for, lie dead on the ground due to cosmic radiation. Garo's despair made him realize that he had caused Saitama the exact same emotion. Due to that, he decided to teach Saitama the ultimate martial art that not even he could master. He believed that Saitama was the only person capable of achieving power greater than God. Saitama then used a similar copying or adaptation ability to copy Garo's move. Then God himself intervened and tried to take back his power from Garo before it was too late. However, Saitama managed to instantly copy Garo's power and threw a punch that created particles and anti-particles that began reverberating back and forth through time, creating a punch that could defy causality itself. Saitama was able to throw a punch that made time flow backwards to the beginning of the Awakened Garo fight, and he one-shot him before it ever began. This punch could easily be argued to be a measurable speed, due to the fact that Saitama's sheer physicality is capable of punching you in negative seconds, or before a fight even begins. It is stated in this chapter that Saitama defeated Garo in 0 punches, which of course defies the laws of cause and effect. There are counters to this position, such as if Saitama would use this punch in character, or if the activation itself is immeasurable, but I still think it's valid to say that when Saitama does activate this ability, he uses immeasurable speed. The final statements I have to talk about surround God's power and Saitama's potential. Firstly, Garo was empowered by God, who has been...
Okay, so he's leaving out a piece of information that is relevant to the discussion. So, Saitama does travel back through time, but he doesn't remember how he did it. So, what happens is Saitama learns the technique, he goes back in time, and when he goes back in time, he's like, what's going on? What happened? Oh, I think I'm supposed to hit that guy before anything bad happens. He doesn't remember the technique that let him go through time. The panel says 0 punches. Yeah, but that's a lie. We see him punching. He punches Garu. It's just that he punches Garu from the future into the past, technically. But he punches Garu. That's fucking no. It's like we literally see on the panel he's already fucking punched. It's fucking no. It's fucking stupid. It's just a hype. It's just a hype statement because technically no punch was thrown in the fight because the fight ended before the fight began.
Been stated in recent chapters to be a being that both has energy and power that extends beyond the universe and comes from a higher dimensional plane, along with the fact that it is stated to transcend energy, space, and even distance itself. The reason this is impressive is because going beyond all of space and time and being higher dimensional inherently entails that you would mathematically have power beyond infinitely larger than what you can achieve in 3 dimensions. Think of dimensions in space itself. A dimension is simply length, width, or depth. If I have an object that has length and width, it would be a plane such as a square. If I have a 3D object with length, width, and depth, it would now be something more
Okay, but regardless, he doesn't remember the technique anymore. So regardless, he can't
like
do
a
it.
cube or sphere. Now I want you to picture in your head how many 2-dimensional squares could you stack on top of one another to reach a 3-dimensional cube. The answer is that no amount of squares with length and width will ever achieve depth. The reason for this is that a square has 0 or no depth, and 0 times infinity is still 0. So this means that in order to achieve a dimensional transcendence, you would have to achieve a property that is identical to the previous, yet beyond infinitely larger and non-interactable. I believe this gives credence to the fact that Gaara was given a universal flow of energy, and considering Saitama overpowered him and was stated by Gaara to be capable of surpassing God, I would not be surprised if Saitama in the very near future was able to swap hands with higher dimensional and multiversal level threats. In fact, the current big threat in the manga, Empty Void, is already showing such signs due to existing outside of the multiverse, which contains infinite parallel dimensions folded into small bubbles that he is able to casually interact and affect. Empty Void also conjures his energy from this higher dimensional plane, which was even stated to be a hyperspace, or simply a space that has more than 3 dimensions. People throw around these terms pretty casually, but in all honesty, the statements surrounding God are textbook higher dimensional, due to the fact that his energy is stated to transcend or go beyond space itself, which includes the infinite parallel dimensions that are present in the multiverse. And not only this, they literally show a tesseract on screen, which is literally the most common representation of a 4-dimensional object. This tier is called Complex Multiversal, or simply Multiversal Plus. This being said, Saitama is yet to scale to God, nor do we even remotely understand the full.
Listen, you want to skip this ad.
But yeah, Saitama's higher end arguments are better.
Capabilities of God when he is unsealed. Only time will tell how much stronger Saitama can become in the future, but at the moment I can confidently say he is low-ball large planetary to multi-galaxy, and high-ball universal or infinite in power. In terms of speed, he is massively faster than light on the low end to immeasurable speed on the high end, all things considered. Saitama is an
Saitama should not be given a measurable speed. It took a technique to go back through time. Even on a high ball, he still needs a technique in martial arts to do it. It doesn't matter if his body could do it. He had to do it a specific way. No. So what this guy's saying is Saitama on a high-end scales to universal or infinite 3D power. You know what else has more than 3 dimensions? Literally every series with Gasp, Time. Yeah, but most characters don't scale to the 4 dimensions in those series, you know? Like he's just making it clear he's making it clear that One Punch Man is treating higher dimension as higher dimensional, which I think is fine.
Extraordinarily powerful protagonist who is
The Saitama portion of this video is a lot better than the Naruto one.
Is also reaching power levels at a rate not seen since Dragon Ball and the Big Three. While this insane tier of power may make you believe that this fight is pointless to analyze and that
Okay, so he said that this level of power hasn't been reached in a while besides Dragon Ball and the Big Three, but One Piece is right there. Is this man really gonna come at me with Universal One Piece? I'm in. But is that what we're saying now? Is that what we're saying?
No, he considers the big 3 to be Dragon Ball, Bleach, and Naruto, I believe.
Oh, okay, so he's just a jokester then.
Saitama should just slam Naruto. There are actually many characters and feats and statements of similar magnitudes in Naruto that are worth comparing to One Punch Man.
After hearing the feats from Saitama, you may think this debate is just over, but there are actually many equivocal feats and
Alright, so more like Big 2, Bleach and One Piece. Honestly, yeah, I don't even think Boruto sells that high anymore these days, unfortunately. What do you mean Luffy's the weakest of the big three, bro? He's already got infinite 3D power because of Blackbeard. Seeing Naruto reminds me of Naruto vs. Ichigo animation that was never done. Zim, we all know Luffy is and will always be the weakest of the big three. Bro just said the same thing in a different way.
Narratives in Naruto that can
Okay. So to be clear, regarding Seth just basically repeating what fucking Noodle said at the end, I guarantee you the way this video worked is they were given bullet points to talk about, and it's not completely scripted. So Seth's just
It's like what we
repeating
do.
it because what?
It's like what we do.
Yeah. Except you and I like directly play off each other's words, and he just didn't because he
be
fucking
interpreted to
probably
be on the
didn't
same
bother looking
level
at
of power. For example, Kaguya's dimensions are commonly referred to as sekais or worlds, and the world itself could mean anything from a society to a planet or even a universe. This is important to put into context because we know for a fact
He's
that
talking about
Kaguya's
Kaguya's
dimensions do not have societies and are bigger than planets. So, the terminology society and planet do not inherently apply to the usage of words in this context. It's important to
So I don't know why he's removing planet as an option because they could just be on a really big planet. I'm not saying that's what it is. Before Kyle fucking jumps me, I'm just saying that his reasoning for like getting rid of planet is not valid.
break down interpretations here because there simply is no reason to
Basically,
say that
because of the time space statements, and every interpretation of the time space shows that there's like stars and stuff in it, and when you compare it to the other Otsutsuki's dimensions that they've made, some of them have like nebulas and stuff in them.
Oh, okay.
that Kaguya caps off at being able to blow up a planet, considering even an entity like the partial Ten Tails had chakra so massive it was rivaling the Earth's in possible sheer energy, and a being who can vaporize the planet, such as the Nine Tails, and Naruto who can sense most of the entire planet as well, such as when he senses the entire Ninja War and Sage mode, couldn't even see an end to its energy when he tried to sense it. This Ten Tails was not comparable to
So how does Naruto sensing his friends during the war arc mean that he can sense the whole planet's power? I don't think that one is quite as one-to-one as he's trying to make it out to be. The other one is fine, but not that one. You don't know if they don't have society. Naruto didn't travel everywhere there.
even perfect Jubito, let alone Madara or Kaguya. To say Kaguya was only creating a planet is similar. Even the action of vaporizing a planet to all the space and time to its orbiting moon would require enough energy to actually destroy a star in most lines of calculation, let alone just a sekai, quote unquote. The action of even destroying and resetting time-space is also an absurd feat in itself. Think of the Kamui that Kakashi launches throughout his entire series and can theoretically stop anyone or anything. Or even how Hollow Purple and Jujutsu Kaisen sort of blast through whatever it hits unless they have some crazy ways to survive it or counter it. These attacks rip and shred through the very
This man really slid in a hollow purple is literally fucking Duraneg into the video. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. You don't know if they don't. Okay. No, I disagree with Planetary Kumara based off that statement. So he says that the Planetary Kumara statements could either be multicon or planetary, but he's claiming at least now the 10 tails of planetary. It really isn't. Sukuna proves it. Sukuna should have lost that fight. I've seen planets the size of multiple galaxies. Exactly. So no, it could still be a planet, but she is still affecting a space-time, which I don't know, because the other Okutsuki are stronger than her by a substantial margin. So if they could be creating universes, she might just be too weak for that. But I mean, by that point, Boruto Naruto would still scale to that level regardless.
very space that the immensely powerful
But
fighters
it
that
also
face them
kind of depends on how you want to take, like, Kaguya being able to, even if she did do it underhandedly, she did severely injure Ishiki.
Did she?
Yeah, because they came together as a pair, because the Sutsukis always come in pairs.
Oh, so she was his pair for a while.
Yeah, so they basically, you find out in Boruto they came to the planet because they were going to terraform the planet, do the fruit, then get off, and then she had a change of plans. She took the fruit for herself, and then, I guess, fell in love with humanity. it's a weird plot when you try and put it all together.
Yeah.
Them have to sit upon to even function to begin with. Their very durable mass and energy that resides in space is rendered almost utterly useless. And here's Kaguya doing it on the scale of an entire time-space that is much larger than even a planet. We can deduce that these time spaces possesses heat and a beating light source, likely a star within them, and in the video games it straight up possesses a form of galactic nebula. This is important because, as I foreshadowed, we need to get into the very nature of what Kaguya even is as an entity, just like how I explained why the Ninetales being able to destroy the planet is consistent with the save or destroy everything narrative Naruto possesses. Kaguya 2.
This man is really going into narrative arguments for why Kaguya should be creating universes. Bro, just say she looks like a god and that's it. It's fucking there. I've saved us 10 minutes, but
Needs to
let's
be
go.
much above this due to her nature in the
Yeah,
story.
just use
and even
the guidebook statement and the statements in the manga. That's it.
No. The problem is that he's going into like narratively explaining why this
Flat
makes sense in
state-
the narrative. You know, I wonder if
But
that's Suncone's doing.
But you don't.
the lore.
But you
The
don't
clan
need to.
Kaguya hails from the
You know what it is?
celestial beings from
When people do that, that's when they get sick and tired of people trying to say how it goes against the plot and shit like that. It's just like, who gives a fuck if it goes against the plot? If they can do it, they
But
can
let
do
me
it.
explain to you how this MFTL character is actually MFTL. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Don't argue fucking plot and then argue a character's MFTL. I don't want to fucking hear that shit. If Hollow Purple is Duranig, then during the Hollow Purple explosion, there shouldn't even been a Sukuna as Adams left. How Gojo should also be gone, as he says, if I don't control the power of Purple, I'll also be hurt. Nah. He'd heal.
deep space and other dimensions that plant seeds of the tree that made all of existence
Okay.
onto planets to drain and then divine them of their energy for their own enlightenment and ascension. That being said, the destruction, conquering, and absorption of the planet
But
and its
why?
data is not the end
Because I
goal.
was thinking about pulling for her, but then I'm like, no, I probably shouldn't, because I won't get it. But no,
Is
you
every
fucking
entity
get it, you
linearly
fucking
absorbing
asshole.
one planet's worth of energy at a time till they ascend the confines of their being. The end goal of an Otsutsuki would be
How
best
should I try and go after her
properly
light cone?
displayed in Shibai, the only named
I
god.
don't think her light cone is technically not necessary like Acheron's. I'm so mad. I didn't know Acheron's light cone was necessary. I would have fucking gone for her. Scaling character to FTL already breaks the narrative, lol. I mean, people will be like, hey, he's universal to measurable speed, then why does he struggle with anything with basic shit? That's why. Like, listen. If you want a
We have-
power scale and argue it works in the narrative, good for you. But understand that that's not really gonna fucking fly with anyone who has more common sense than like a fucking boulder.
You know, also understand that, like, depending on the... Because this is the problem that we've had for a long time when we talk about, like, DMC, and it's just like, we say how high they are in terms of AP, but then people just like, but we barely see them destroy anything. It's like, it gets into a headache when you try and justify things in the plot.
There are very few stories out there that ever introduce high level of speeds where it narratively works. There are very few. And Feats are on the same situation. I'm just keeping it in a buck here. We don't
Thus
need all
far,
this.
who has completed his task of ascension out of the handful of their clan we have seen. This trickster, known as Shibai, has dimensionally transcended the realm he exists in and can utterly rewrite the entire universe and control it to his whims like a story, making anybody who even looks at his discarded corpse be manipulated, fall in love, and have all attacks immediately reflected upon them as he does whatever he wants with reality that he is no longer bound to. He has many similar statements to the god of One Punch Man, with all of the Otsutsuki trying their absolute best to achieve this same state of enlightenment. Kaguya's enlightenment could sort of be seen by the type of cyclical nature she bound the world within, Samsara, or the Six Paths, shown by the Renegon, which is literally translated as Samsara Eye. Ishiki then, a higher Otsutsuki that even Momoshiki couldn't imagine the very people who beat him and Kaguya defeating, then has the Dharma Wheel Eye, or the next step closer to full enlightenment. Therefore, we really need to scrutinize ourselves If Shibai is the end goal and these beings are on their way to reaching these levels and interacting with the shell of the guy who just ascended, how far along is everyone else realistically? We also know that even Naruto was warping the very space-time of the entire planet far beyond its normal, and that even controlling a natural lightning bolt with chakra allows you to face beings who can possibly vaporize countries. So Kaguya
everything. Merry Christmas, Watermelon. Hope you're doing well.
and
Or happy holidays,
Momoshiki in particular, and on screen being shown absorbing many planets and eating another Otsutsuki who likely has as well, is then stated to have created isekai or parallel universes or dimensions in the original novelization. Kaguya's ability to create massive dimensions and space-times would be, as we described in the Saitama portion, still potentially infinitesimal compared to Shibai's transcendence. Even if she made multiple universe-sized dimensions of either finite or infinite size. It gets to the point where if Kaguya and Ishiki aren't even a single % of their way to Shibai after consuming multiple planets of life, that it reaches an absurdity of us asking how many planets of life are even in this universe or others to even absorb. How long would it actually take? It is never considered an endless task, despite the endless amounts of power they would receive. And Otsutsukis will dedicate decades to centuries to just one planet at a time, depending on their personality. The verge of ascension and data downloads to the next tier is foreshadowed with many mutations and abilities that Kaguya and the others unlock on their journey. For instance, Hagoromo, the son of Kaguya, learns the creation of all things, where he can create matter and existence out of nothing, and has the power of all creation in many of his attacks, including even truth-seeking orbs. Something attributed even today theologically as something only God can realistically do.
As freaking the data book statements for Kaguya and the
as it breaks some foundational laws of
As
science and some forms of logic. This is Hagoromo encroaching on the ability to make his own.
Because like if Kaguya could create one universal space-time or space-times, then like the Okutsuki would create more
realities.
So, I guess that's
logic. Nah, that's a bit of a false logic.
Of his
you don't assume that unless you've seen it.
Making her own time spaces, and Shibai, the ultimate extension, being able to manipulate.
It's fine to say they make individual space times. That's fine. I have no issue with that, but don't try and claim anything higher. Unless you have like direct evidence for that, because that's something where it's like a great claim needs great evidence, and if you're the press them on it, it's like you have no great evidence to back that up aside from an assumption.
Damn.
Onlookers. To further enforce that Kaguya's
dimensions as I said, I don't fuck with the multi stuff whatsoever. I'm bored with Unity class, but I don't fuck with the multi stuff. I don't think there's any evidence for it.
Sensing capabilities as an example. Naruto and Six Paths could sense Madara's limbo clones that only existed in an alternate plane of existence attacking him. Yet he could not sense Six Paths Sasuke, his linked other half, in one of Kaguya's dimensions. Even Obito Uchiha, who spams a dimension warping ability, practically shits himself while amped by Sakura to even wrap his head around how utterly absurd the size of Kaguya's one singular dimension even is. Let alone the fact that there is a root dimension and they are all connected in a strange...
You don't know it yet, but your idea can become a business.
A microcosm of dimensions. I suppose in essence what I'm trying to get at is that the larger interpretation of the statements isn't realistically less accurate by any means, as the narrative is about celestial transcendence of all the concepts that bind the universe in what it is to begin with, and how those that endure these entities and concepts, like the shinobi, fight against the principalities that seek to control them and throw them into perpetual cycles of violence. This is also why the Naruto series seems to go about magical ninja and strategies to strange demonic warfare by the later half of the series. And the actual mission of the shinobi is changing to something more profound.
The man does not need to go this far into the narrative, bro.
And foundational. The foundation to what caused all of the personalized conflicts to begin with.
30-minute video tops.
Do you
feel? What?
Do you feel like that this is? Do you think that they're overbloating it for the sake of money, or do you think that they're overbloating it with these narrative arguments because they're sick of people trying to bring up narrative points?
I think it's narrative. I do think deep down it is a narrative thing. I think it's them being annoyed with it.
And
Well,
makes it
I can understand
repeat.
why they're annoyed with it, because you usually get that from the anti-power scaling crowd.
No, that's why. Like, I know entirely why they're doing it. It's just that, like, it still
Over
is not
and
making it any better
over
to
for
watch.
all eternity. Hence the entire purpose of Madara Uchiha's mission, as well as Naruto's final one when he faces Sasuke.
With both sides now covered and all major feats and statements considered, the only part we have to talk about now is who actually wins. If we assume both Saitama and Naruto are in character and simply battling until one of them falls unconscious or perishes during the fight, there are several interesting arguments to dissect in order to determine who will come out alive in this galactic smackdown. Saitama, as we know, has some pretty insane, massively faster than light feats, such as crossing.
Okay, I'm going to give the conclusion now that they're going to go with, because I don't think Naruto has any way to insta-kill Saitama. If they're comparable enough, Saitama wins over time. It's that simple. Saitama has become a character in fiction to where you have to put him down quickly or he will overwhelm you. That is the kind of character Saitama is in a versus matchup. So, unless they're going to argue Naruto out-hacks his, which I don't think he does, they're going to say if Naruto doesn't beat Saitama quickly, Saitama will beat Naruto. That is what I'm going with.
Entire solar systems in mere moments, or destroying hundreds of billions of stars with the sheer
And that
shockwave
is
of
a valid
pure
argument to
energy.
make.
Additionally, it's pretty hard to attribute any similar feats like that to Naruto due to the fact that the only times where we see Naruto or Sasuke, or even the Otsutsukis, travel into faraway spaces is through the usage of time-space teleportation ninjutsu, which doesn't require physical movement speed at all. It is simply a hacks or a type of special ability that they use to allow them to travel to faraway spaces, much like Awakened Gaara's hyperspace gates. This being said, I think it's pretty safe to say that Saitama has more impressive speed feats and showings that would dictate he would be capable of blitzing and tagging Naruto before he would be able to react. However, there are major problems with this argument. Saitama almost never speed blitzes immediately in character, and quite literally does the opposite most of the time. If you go back and look at Saitama's fight with Carnage Kabuto, he begins the fight standing still and just lets Carnage Kabuto charge at him and lay into him with a barrage of attacks. In Saitama's fight with Boros, he once again just lets Boros utilize tons of attacks in his arsenal before he finally finished him off with a serious punch. Even after using his serious punch, Boros directly states that Saitama was still holding back. In Saitama's initial fight with Monster Gaara, Saitama literally just tries to convince Gaara to change his ways, while Gaara just teed off on him and threw all sorts of martial arts combinations his way, and once again Saitama just lets himself get hit. Even during the Cosmic Gaara fight, which I will admit was one of the few times we ever saw Saitama begin a fight blitzing, he still self-admittedly held back, and this was not the very beginning of the fight to begin with. This was later into the battle against Gaara, but with more power-ups involved. Now, like I just said, it is possible for Saitama to blitz his adversary right off the bat. He does it a couple times in the series, such as when he fights Elder Centipede or when he fights Cosmic Gaara, as mentioned before, but the problem is both of those situations have context that will not be present during his battle with Naruto. For example, Cosmic Gaara intentionally wanted to drive Saitama to full power, so he eliminated Genos right in front of him in order to get literally the strongest emotional reaction out of Saitama that we have ever seen in the series. Naruto simply is just not going to do that. He's a good person. The Elder Centipede example is also explained away because Saitama was frustrated about losing to King in a video game 81 times in a row, and he also needed to minimize collateral damage to the city, but this is a specific scenario that likely won't be present in his battle with Naruto either. I would also argue that Elder Centipede is a massive outlier when it comes to Saitama's battle style, and he was literally just fed up and wanted to go about his day. If you go through and read every fight Saitama has had throughout the series, the entire narrative depicts the fact that Saitama as an individual is so strong that he is bored with fighting, and that's exactly why he always holds back, because he never feels the excitement or need to give it his all. So what this means is that if Saitama is capable of blitzing Naruto, it is actually probably the case that he would choose not to, and he would let Naruto land his jutsu on him, which is potentially a fatal flaw. Saitama would probably be much more interested in drawing out Naruto's techniques than the likes of, say, Elder Centipede, because he is many orders of magnitude greater than him. He would make Elder Centipede look infinitesimal in comparison, and even Boros would come off as a jobber in comparison to Naruto. In terms of power, Saitama at his strongest is around multi-galaxy and with a bit of length, universal. This is actually inferior to Naruto's highball scaling, as Naruto is stronger than Kaguya, who created and was able to destroy multi-dimensional spaces that are likely universal or infinite in span. This means that Naruto actually should be physically able to damage Saitama should he connect with one of his strongest attacks on him, such as adult Naruto's Ninetales avatar.
Bro, you know this guy's fighting back the urge to just say Naruto's fourth dimensional in power, Saitama isn't, Naruto stomps. You
Or
know he's
even
fighting
Sage
back
Six
the
Paths
urge.
Naruto's truth-seeking orbs. This is supported in the V-Jump Boruto data page section, which has the majestic attire Susanoo as the utmost strongest jutsu in the entire franchise before Ishiki's arrival. In fact, it is described as almost godlike in comparison to anything else. During the battle with Ishiki and even Jigen, it is heavily implied that Naruto cannot fathom a way to beat him, yet Baryon mode, which Naruto can use solo, is literally stated to be stronger than Ishiki. This helps us scale above the immense destructive power of Kaguya's truth-seeking orbs due to the fact that Ishiki is...
Bro, we're using fucking Naruto's fucking trump card that he probably wouldn't use in any normal circumstance.
Which one?
The strongest.
The fucking Baron mode? Or what's it called? His final chakra form. Baryon?
Yeah, Baryon.
Yeah. Bro, why are we using Baryon in this fight? What is this? Naruto's not going to use Baryon as an opening move.
Character in the entire series at that point, and also the fact that Naruto and Sasuke's majestic attire Susanoo was stated to be the strongest jutsu in existence at the time, so both of those statements would put him above the multi-dimensional scaling Kaguya.
War Arc Sage of Six Paths Naruto also has several abilities in ninjutsu that are able to affect and probably even finish Saitama should they land and we give Naruto his full arsenal. The most obvious ability being the truth-seeking orbs, which are ninjutsu that are composed of every single element in Naruto and contain the foundational properties of all time, space, and the universe within them. These orbs directly erase even immortal Edo Tensei bodies, which are able to regenerate from all physical attacks. The likely reason the truth-seeking orbs are able to do this is because they not only erase you on a physical level, but a spiritual level as well. This is shown when Minato, who had his arms erased by the truth-seeking orbs during his fights with Ten Tails, Obito, and Madara, was unable to regenerate his arms, and it was shown even in his spirit state that his arms were still completely destroyed after he was recalled to the Pure Lands as his Edo Tensei was released. The truth-seeking orbs are also stated to be the exact same thing as Kaguya's eternal or...
Hang on. That mode only lasts about 4 minutes max, likely or less. No, why are we saying Naruto essentially goes suicide and all out while we say Saitama won't fight him all out because he's a good person? There's no death fight. Naruto will not use Baron mode because it will kill Kumara. So here's the thing.
I find it hilarious that I find it hilarious that it's such an easy name to pronounce and yet you're pronouncing it wrong.
expansive truth-seeking orb, which was going to completely turn entire space.
No, you're pronouncing it Kimura.
Which is direct
It's...
proof that truth-seeking orbs have complete
No,
existence
Kimura.
erasure. This is a problem for Saitama because even though he is able to
Kurama.
affect Phoenix Man's spirit realm in the manga, this feat does not prove he can resist having his mind, body, and soul erased by a truth-seeking orb. KCM1 Naruto was...
Okay, so does Naruto keep the truth-seeking orbs?
If he enters the Sage of Six Paths transformation, I don't see why not.
Okay,
He can just make new ones.
Does he ever show the truth-seeking orbs in Boruto? Yes or no?
No, he has no need to enter that form. He never enters it.
No, they're destroyed. No,
Not
he does
destroyed.
not. No. This is just double standards and hypocrisy. Okay, no, that one's not towards you. That one's towards the video. Kyle, he doesn't have them. He lost them during his fight with Sasuke. How'd Sasuke get rid of them then?
He just used the Susanoo arrows to chuck them away. But again, he can make new ones. They can make new truth-seeking orbs. They just come from their chakra.
So he just decides to not use his most powerful weapon in later dangerous fights?
He has no need to. He's so overwhelmingly powerful. He just uses the standard Ninetales cloak.
Naruto, when he's fighting people who are literally dog walking him. Oh no! Guess I'll just use Kurama instead of the fucking Naruto. Can't he? Doesn't have the 10 tails. Doesn't he use Sage of Six Paths mode in Boruto? Didn't he legit lose the power to Six Paths after the fight? After they are destroyed during the war in the Sasuke fight?
It's never stated that he loses the power because Sasuke still has the Rinnegan from him.
Well, that's because Sasuke is just the better shinobi. He was given the orbs by the sage. He likely doesn't actually know how to make them himself. That makes sense. Because I know the sage gives him the power and grants him the orbs. It would make sense if he doesn't know how to do it. And that's why he never uses them again. But if they weren't destroyed, why didn't he just call them the fuck back?
Because they have a range.
They have a fucking range!
Was also able to pull on his own soul, which is about the same level of spirit manipulation Saitama has shown, yet Tobirama warned Naruto directly during the fight with Jubito prior to his Sage of Six Paths power. Should any of them get hit by a truth-seeking orb, they would get erased. It's also implied that Tobirama and some other shinobi like Dan have types of soul manipulation. So unfortunately for Saitama, he simply lacks the feats to show he could adapt or resist an attack like this, because it's not simply a physical thing that he would need to resist. It's far more fundamental and completely bypasses his durability to begin with, as these attacks are more so attacking the foundation that allows Saitama's being to even exist, rather than just his being directly. Naruto also has sealing jutsu such as the magnet-style Rasengan and or Rasen Shuriken, which could also potentially work on Saitama, as he has displayed no feats of resisting sealing type attack.
Okay, so let's be clear here. Let's be clear here. Saitama will not go all out in a fight. Naruto will use his most powerful technique and kill Kurama. Naruto will also use the Sage of Six Path Truth-Seeking Orbs he hasn't used since the end of the fucking Naruto manga. And now Naruto will seal him away without Saitama being able to do anything to stop him.
Seal him away?
Yeah, he's arguing that Naruto can seal away Saitama.
With what?
In the entire
He's not arguing past planetary observation, is he?
He's arguing Magnet Rasengan.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Saitama, as he has displayed no feats of resisting sealing type attacks in the entire One Punch Man manga as well. The only flaw to this is if you think Saitama is stronger, that if the seal is not strong enough, it couldn't bind someone of his level. There are possible genjutsu arguments if you go by the Naruto filler, such as the Three Tails Mist Genjutsu.
Okay, so they're giving Naruto Genjutsu from the filler. Seth has become a filler scaler, where he is now giving filler as viable feats for characters now. Interesting.
Wait. What filler where he uses fucking Genjutsu?
The Three Tails uses Genjutsu.
That Naruto would have, in all honesty, but this Genjutsu is weird.
I vaguely remember the arc, because it's where Toby and Deidara go after it.
He's like surrounded by smoke. So
that's not caused by Naruto.
It's caused by the Three Tails, and Seth is saying that because Naruto absorbed the Tail Beast and their energy, that he would get it.
That's not how that works.
Bro, what? Guys, when did Seth become the filler scaler guy? When did Seth say fillers are fair game for scaling? When did that happen? Alright. This North Star anime, here I come.
Inconsistent with yourself, and do you know yourself to break out of type of Genjutsu? Then say, can you break out of this universe in your brain type Genjutsu? Saitama also deals with sidekicks such as Tatsumaki, and Naruto doesn't ever seem to use this Genjutsu in character, nor be a Genjutsu type fighter. Naruto also possesses regeneration.
Okay, so let me get this straight. They bring up Naruto might have Genjutsu from the filler, but he's not going to use it in character, so it's not really worth discussing. I fucking hate these guys right now. He was given the Kaya reaching right now. So what was the Six Path mode? Was it the cloak with the bare face, just the eye? Just say Naruto wins to save time, and Saitama wouldn't go out because he's a good person. Kyle look at Naruto's eye in Boruto. He doesn't use Six Path mode. Naruto has gone to Six Path mode again in Boruto, but doesn't have the orbs when he fights Delta. If that's the case, gets the Bleach filler a free game right after the allegation. He is trying to get the Naruto goons on his side to keep what's left of his audience. Look, so I've always had mixed feelings on filler for scaling because anime is official material, but it's also like
you and I are not the same in this regard.
what?
You and I are not the same in this regard.
Listen, I'm not saying we should use filler. I'm saying I can kind of understand why someone would argue for it. But I know you wouldn't because you spend your fucking free days clearing out all the filler in every anime you go to.
Yes, because it's not fucking necessary.
No, you know what? That's right, because Death Battle uses filler now for their scaling. When did
Do
that
that?
change?
They fucking do too.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, did someone bring up an argument recently that filler in anime is viable for scaling? What happened? Because a lot of
Okay,
people
so
are using filler nowadays.
well, if we're doing that, then what fillers are we allowed to use and which ones aren't we allowed? Because the power fillers in Naruto give some pretty nutty shit.
This is weird. This is
You haven't seen the powers filler, have you?
no.
So the powers filler allows Naruto to basically fight. I think it was a 6 or a 7-tailed evil version of himself in just base.
That's not impressive. I could do that.
It's actually
That is some
that's
shenanigans.
actually super impressive because this takes place after the pain fight.
Victims.
However, his regeneration is not really too much of a factor. We've seen in his fight against Sasuke in part 1 that he's able
They're giving Naruto a healing factor as well, based off the Kurama tales.
to
Okay.
regenerate a lung. However, certain attacks will put him down for good. He's not going to
I mean,
regenerate like
he's
say
already
Majin
got
Buu
a
or
healing
something
factor
like that,
even
or
without the
even Tentai
transformation.
Madara for that matter. So to put everything into context, Naruto's powers being very strict are capable of exerting enough energy to match those that can destroy planets or solar systems in scale, and faster than light, whereas Saitama's strict range is casually nuking large planets to multiple galaxies in power with massively faster than light speed. So if we go with this interpretation, Saitama would be victorious if he blitzed Naruto immediately in all likelihood. However, if he just lets Naruto hit him with a true-seeking orb or something, which is a very real possibility that he may allow in character, he would literally just lose, as anticlimactic as that sounds. If we consider the higher ends of how their lore can be interpreted, Saitama lands around being able to blow away multiple galaxies to facing universe-surpassing threats, whereas Naruto would be scaling to and above a multi-dimensional, multi-universal, or multiversal alien, so he legitimately would be potentially...
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Naruto's not even gonna scale to the final Otsutsuki god. That's gonna be his son. What the fuck? Even by a narrative standpoint.
What did he say?
So Seth is arguing that Naruto, and if we scale Naruto and Saitama to their narrative conclusions at the top of their lore, that Naruto would scale to the god of the Otsutsuki, you know, that higher dimensional being.
That.
But he wouldn't
You
do that
don't know
because
that.
that's going to be his son. That's not even going to be Naruto.
We don't know how that's going to occur yet.
But even if it did, from narrative, that wouldn't be Naruto. That would be his fucking son. Bruh, what is this? Maybe I judged
You can
God
already
scalers too harshly.
you can already argue fucking Boruto sits above Naruto even at the end of the war where he is now.
Bruh. Alright. Let us continue this ridiculousness. What the fuck is the difference between being multiversal and multidimensional in this scenario? Because they sound the same. So, that's not what he said. So that is what he's saying, that they could scale that near the end. Unless Ozra, you think I misheard him. He is saying the highest scaling for both characters. Yes. But he's arguing
He's
from
comparing
narrative.
them to. He's talking about hypothetical end goals about where they will sit. So
Yes.
he's giving him scaling that he should not have access to because we have no idea
No,
when
no.
final fight's
Ozra,
going to play out.
Ozra, he said based on the lore and the narrative implications. Because Set's entire argument in this video is the higher tier scaling makes sense in the story of Naruto, which is fine, but that godlike character is not in Naruto. He's in Boruto. The character that's going to scale to him is going to be Boruto, not Naruto. Naruto's already out of the fucking commission. He's already gotten
Oh,
weaker.
actually, this might hurt your soul a little bit. You know how Kurama died?
Yeah.
Technically, Himawari, Naruto's daughter, has her own Nine Tails cloak.
Okay. It's even worse on Discord. What is this? The newest brain rot. We don't know shit about Shiba. That's not what he said. What the fuck is he saying? Piloting Boruto versus Deku is a fair fight. Does Naruto even scale that dude? So neither Saitama or Naruto scale to these characters, but Saitama will more than likely end up scaling to God, but Naruto more than likely will not scale to Shiba because Boruto is the main character of the fucking manga. If any character is going to narratively scale to that top end, it's going to be fucking Boruto. That's like saying Geralt will be on idol level.
The problem is that he's trying to give this hypothetical scaling where it's just like, but we don't know anything yet, and we're so far away from the fucking end that it's not even worth speculating.
All right, so with all this narrative logic in
From
mind,
what we know, what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen with Free People, but we know at some point Boruto attacks the Hidden Leaf and he fights Kawaki. After that, we don't know what happens.
All right, so with all this narrative intent, I will now go ahead and scale Fist of North Star characters to at least 4D because they should narratively scale above God. Thank you.
Actually more powerful and more hacks, but he still is lacking in terms of
Nah,
speed.
with these
Saitama,
narrative
if we take him out
implications,
of
I'm going to say that fucking the Trailblazer scaled above multiversal because destruction is a multiversal concept.
Fuck you. That's like saying Geralt will be on the level of the Unseen Elder in Witcher 4. She has Kurama, he reformed inside of her. So you're telling me Kurama is inside a little girl. I don't know how I feel about that, chat. That's a little weird.
character could hypothetically dodge all of Naruto's attacks due to the speed disparity and eventually overwhelm him with his adaptation.
What Kurama said about his chakra fading away is wrong then. He just died and did what every pale beast does when they die. They just fucking come back sooner or later. But why he's in Himawari, I could not tell you.
Bruh. I had 5 portions during Christmas and boy did it fuck me up. I've been eating a lot too. Gained a few pounds. That's fine. Hopefully, Ozra, you had a nice Christmas as well. Or actually, Merry Christmas, Ozra. It's still Christmas
Or
for me
outlast
right
Naruto until he is weak enough to one-shot him. In terms of hacks, the only ability Saitama has that potentially could one-shot Naruto, considering the higher scaling, if you grant that to Naruto, is the Time Punch. The Time Punch is an acausal punch that can travel back in time after rewinding the universe by creating his own particles that he can reverberate throughout time, and it's possible that Saitama could use it in a way where he would punch Naruto as a child or before he became powerful enough to contend with Sage's Six Paths tier characters. Or even when he is less on guard, say at the very start of their fight, before he goes 6 paths. A good example is Naruto and Kurama both not expecting Himawari to smoke him in one hit in the Hokage special, with them both getting one shot by a child. If he did something like this, I could...
That Hokage special was one of the things that really pissed off fans, I remember, because Naruto spent his entire career to become Hokage, and he doesn't even become Hokage at his own ceremony because his daughter knocks him out. Is that filler or is that canon?
No, that's canon, and you want to know what's the funny thing is that when she punches him in the nuts, fucking Kurama feels it too.
Hear me out. Okay, Himawara is Naruto's daughter, so it makes sense for her to also have her own Kurama too. Hear me out. Kawaki will be the gold person and Boruto had gone rogue. Interesting. Yes,
Yeah,
he is
but
a liar
the,
for
the
his stupid.
problem, the problem is that by all rights, then Boruto should have his own cloak because this is the first time we've ever seen a tail beast be passed down. I guess generationally without having a ceremony done. It's weird.
Naruto and Boruto being so OP.
Also, when did you find out the next fighters for Ragnarok?
It's on Reddit. It was on Reddit. Yeah, it's gonna be Loki versus Simu apparently. I don't like how Breaker Ragnarok's going. The more they explain the lore, the more I think it's getting kind of stupid. But we'll talk about that. There's Red Tomato. Indeed. Couldn't see shit. I might turn off the light though. It's a little too fucking much though. All be fucking Neo and just absorb all the light in the universe into ourselves to hide away. Seems Ozra took off. Hopefully he's having a nice Christmas. Canon, the creator hates Naruto and Sasuke OP. Haven't kept up in a bit. Who's winning? Zim's Rose Tomato. Well, it's also the first time Kurama has willingly decided to stay with the host. That is true.
See a reality where Saitama would win, but there's a lot of issues with this argument, specifically surrounding the in-character traits of Saitama and the limitations of the time punch. I don't think there is a lot of proof to suggest Saitama can punch, say, years or months back in time, because he only punched a few minutes or even seconds into the past after his fight with Garo, and he was only even willing to use the time punch because Garo convinced him he should try to, which Saitama hesitantly and begrudgingly agreed to. The biggest problem with this battle is honestly Saitama's narrative and mentality itself when it comes to fights. Because he never sees anyone as a challenge and is always bored during fights, there's a good chance he wouldn't worry about using something like the time punch or worry about even Naruto landing one of his stronger ninjutsu on him. So Naruto actually has a very real chance to kill or seal Saitama if we were taking them in character. Out of character, I see a much better argument for Saitama winning, mostly due to his superior speed and unending adaptation and stamina. All things considered though, Naruto is probably walking out the win via a Truth-Seeking Orb. To argue in Saitama's favor as a closing note, you could argue that God in One Punch Man is an objectively higher dimensional being, with honestly stronger arguments for it than even Shibai from Naruto. Considering Naruto is far inferior to Shibai's literal dead corpse, let alone his transcended omnipotent form, and Saitama will, let's be real for a moment, is going to probably one-punch God somehow. Saitama in the future will undoubtedly be the objective winner one day.
The best that we've seen from Popeye is like Universal, so he should probably.
Or argument, but based on what we know now, it may unironically be far more contentious than you might initially think. With that being said, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for joining me if you're more interested in the
Lightspeed stuff that people were talking about.
Oh, no, because I mentioned that unfortunately, unlike Neo, I cannot absorb light at will to absorb all light in the universe. Sadly.
I love whenever he's on stream, he tries to defend that photo, and it's just like, dude, just admit it, you are the black hole itself, you are the void.
When you look out in the night sky and you see the dark, know that Neo is looking back at you.
To say, you can check him out in the description, and other than that,
they say, if you stare into the void, the Neo looks back at you.
They say when you look into the abyss stares back, but I know better. It's just Neo staring back at me.
Punch Man, we have been introduced to possibly the most powerful villain in the entire series, Empty Void. Empty Void is so strong that he's able to...
Oh yeah, so apparently all of the Empty Void arguments just didn't matter because Naruto just has Truth-Seeking Orbs. Even though Empty Void probably has a higher argument for scaling higher, honestly.
Fly outside of the entire multiverse,
what,
outside of space and time. And
so there's a character called Empty Void in One Punch Man who looks at the different space-time dimensions as like bubbles in the multiverse.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's a fucking silly scan.
Yeah, but apparently, I guess that didn't matter because I guess Saitama still scales below Naruto. Apparently, crazy.
View the infinite multiverse and
Does he fight
possibilities
this
of the
dude?
multiverse
I'm
as
pretty sure he's already kicked his ass.
dimensions that he can fold like bubbles and strike from at any given moment. This technique is called the Dimension Slash, and he's able to execute this from a higher dimensional plane. This is also stated by Blast to be one of God's powers and higher dimensional in terms of space, energy, and distance. This would mean that he has higher dimensional power and also has the capacity to move outside of the confines of time and space. And in the latest
Saitama caught
chapter,
Empty Void's
Saitama
sword, no problem.
was able to block the Dimension Slash effortlessly with 2 fingers. That's right, Saitama is officially a measurable speed in 4D powered. There's a couple other statements that support this as well, such as Empty Void when he says that this technique comes from hyperspace, which verbatim means.
Okay, so he's arguing Saitama's already 4D and has a measurable speed. I don't think you would have a measurable speed from this feat because Empty Void is launching the attack into the universe from outside the universe. I don't think that gives you measurable speed. Yeah, when someone touches you, you know it's Ren. Fuck, Team. Also, Saitama caught Empty Void sword, no problem. Neg the fuck out of Empty Void. If you stare into the moon, that ain't the moon. That's just Shazam's forehead illuminating the sky.
Means a space of more than 3 dimensions. It's also stated in the chapter 206 cover that it transcends dimensions. So yeah, there's pretty much no doubt in my mind that Empty Void is using a 4th dimensional attack, and Saitama was casually able to block it. And as I said previously, this would scale to his speed as well.
So, what's the verdict?
So basically, there is no reason. Instead of no day, we should say no Rin. Rin's not that bad. The next book will prove that. And when you hear someone complain about money, it's Kyle. True. Whenever your bank account's empty, that's not your bank account. That's Kyle's bank account.
It's our bank account.
Kyle's secret technique is just spreading brokenness across the universe. You can't stop me. I'm financially stable. We were financially stable once.
Look, if I was in One Punch Man, I'd probably end up turning into a monster where it's just like, I'm either going to be completely gold, or it's my power is just going to be whatever I touch, I just bankrupt you.
Saitama's like, I'll take you out. How can you take me out? Touches Saitama if you can't even afford to pay rent. Kyle would be the final boss in a slice of life anime that slowly turns into a battle series.
No, you know what he does? You know what I do? I touch him on his shoulder. He's just like, oh, you go into the shop with those coupons? He goes to use those coupons. The coupons say $0 on them.
The coupons were already expired. Kyle would be the most dangerous One Punch Man villain by far. Now let's do a Star Wars one, Lamau. Also, Popeye has beat up his own creator before. Kyle's special power, broke manipulation. Anyone who gets near me within a 10-meter radius loses all their finances immediately. Yeah, sure. We can look at the Star Wars one.
Series known for its strong
fuck that.
themes of
Move on to a JoJo one.
Alright. We'll come back to this one later. Let's look at a Wonder Review video. Why not? Does anyone... Meta, the most terrifying stands, Wonder of You. You can only run from Wonder of You. I think Meta was mentioned yesterday, actually. So...
Yeah, but all of his talking points will come from Jabba Godot on that, so you might as well just go to the fucking source.
Well, no, because it's a video from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Did Jabba Godot... Is he still around?
Yeah, he's the one who gave them all the arguments for that.
No. Hang on, I'm just going to look up Jabba Godot. Did he never make a video on Wonder Review? Yeah, okay, here he is. Man, this guy's channel seems to, like, fucking hit a bit of a rough snag. Okay, here we go. Broken Stand, Wonder of You, 1 year ago. Okay, well, I guess it's the most recent video. Oh, hang on. Uh, where is it? Wonder of You, a broken stand. Wonder of You. Let's see how this goes. Kyle versus Kenshiro. Kyle, stay away from my money, you filthy. Whoa! Damn!
People in the community have been talking a
What
lot
what
about
did they
Toru
say?
and
You didn't finish that.
Kyle, stay away from my money, you filthy whitey, Lamau.
Damn.
That was Kenshiro, or at least Brand his own creator to give him spinach. Pitch Black versus Cole McGrath isn't close.
stand Wonder of You, who is also a rock human impersonating a head doctor, Satoru Akefu, and something much, much more, as describing Wonder of You as some sort of force just when doing justice. And people in the JoJo Power Scaling community put Wonder of You up against GR, Tussac 4, hell, even the World Over Heaven, because Wonder of You scaling is pretty nuts. Even X-Force made a video on how cracked this motherfucker is. So today, I'm going to explain and prove why Wonder of You is not only one of the most broken stands, but also the second strongest stand in JoJo's objectively. Before I continue, if you haven't, make sure.
So, to be clear, when he says the second strongest stand in JoJo's, he's more than likely putting Wonder of You below the World Over Heaven. He's not putting him below GER.
To like and subscribe with notifications on, as a staggering
he says
98%
that
of you haven't.
it's the second strongest stand because of fucking Soft and Wet Go Beyond.
But insanely deadly. A short way of explaining it is that the more you pursue Toru or Wonder of You, aka the head doctor, the more likely it is that you'll be torn apart and die. But a more detailed explanation of the ability is that anyone who pursues or has any intent of pursuit against Wonder of You or Toru will be struck down by Calamity. Calamity is basically bad luck.
So that is inconsistent as well. The act of pursuing the doctor does not always lead to Calamity going on to you. I know power scalers kind of ignore that point, but it's something that comes up quite a bit during the arc.
And if you're in the flow of Calamity, no matter what actions like you take or just what you do, the result is a harmful calamity against you. The damage of these calamities are severe and unnatural because
That's not entirely true. As for harm, it is technically harmful, but it's not always harmful in the way of it's going to hurt you. Not like physically.
It can just
Calamity has
it can just be inconvenient.
Yeah.
Calamity energy behind them. Go figure. Increasing the damage of, let's say, raindrops that go through your body, and a leaf falling from a tree to like cut your finger off, right? For example. Calamities can come from anything and everywhere, as the whole universe is against you. And these attacks cannot be perceived until they collide with the victim. Calamity will.
Okay, so to be clear, Ezio si están tomados, no, yo sé que todavía no. There, I just bypass it with better luck. Unironically, Pimp Demon, I'm whiter than you, so I win. So, technically, luck manipulation should counter Wonder of You, technically, but it probably cancel each other out.
Will make you run into walls, objects, and even loop you by messing with your perception. It'll make you get hit by a car, make you hurt yourself unknowingly, give you a biological curse, virus that'll kill you, make medicine defective to kill you, a piece of an airplane door will fly at you, etc. It's basically Final Destination, but on crack. There's even a kill chain or kill order. Anything that can happen, will happen. Anything that can go wrong, will go wrong. Similar to Murphy's Law. But what counts as pursuit against Toru and Wonder of You, you may ask? Well, here's a long list of what counts as pursuit against them. Just gain friends following Wonder of You with no negative intent, physically trying to find out Wonder of You or Toru's identity, thinking about seeing Wonder of You or Toru's face and identity, will to pursue generally.
Again, there are examples where it doesn't work. Do you like your friends, Zim? Yeah, my friends are pretty chill. I don't think Wonder of You can actually give you cancer, technically. I don't think it does that. What's the difference between reality warping and luck manipulation? Luck manipulation just turns all probability into your favor, whereas reality warping is usually you changing the world around you to your own purposes.
Which is pretty nuts. And in any such action, no matter how trivial the action is, looking at Wonder of You or a Toru, because it's just immediate death if you look at them, holding an intention to
Okay, so looking at them is not immediate death. The girl he's showing cutting her fingers looked at Wonder of You's backside and didn't immediately die. Also, one of the girls chasing the doctor sees a picture of his face and doesn't immediately die. I did not. Kyle, thoughts on JoJo versus Persona Death Battle?
We went over that. I pretty much gave my thoughts that I think they gave Ren way too many fucking they gave him way too many benefits of the doubt, not enough for goal experience. And I think that they fucked him over. Because again, the entire fight came down to could Ren resist goal experience Requiem? And they answered the question, no, he cannot.
Defeat Wonder Review
So he
Toro,
loses.
attacking Wonder Review and Toro unknowingly, like of their name or identity, touching anything Wonder Review or Toro has touched, which is another crazy thing. Like what? And that's pretty much it. Only one character in the series was able to remove all these intentions from themselves, and that is Jobin's wife. But even then, she shortly died after with Calamity because of the equivalent exchange. And if you pull a Josuke and decide to mentally pursue Wonder Review while not moving at all, inviting Calamity, Wonder Review would show up and just make you move, committing an action that will result in Calamity by using rock insects to just attack you. Speaking about...
So to clarify as well regarding her death, the Calamity happened because if I remember correctly, Wonder Review was still alive. When the mom dies and gets stabbed, Wonder Review is still alive in the body of her husband. I believe I have to reread the fight because I do want to talk about Wonder Review a little more in depth, or at least a little more briefly. It can't make you develop one, though? Yeah, it could probably make you develop cancer, but, like, the cancer wouldn't immediately kill you. And technically, that's not... I'd have to see where that ever happened. Because he says Wonder Review gave a character a disease, but I don't know when that happened. So that must have been earlier.
I think he's talking about the reporter.
If he's talking about the reporter, then that's technically wrong. So Milo from Murphy's Law should be able to handle Wonder Review because he has handled Murphy's Law since ever. Technically, Milo from Murphy's Law would probably be one of the, like, not few, I think a lot of people can beat Wonder Review, actually. He'd be one of the least powerful characters who could probably beat Wonder Review. If you're unfamiliar with Milo from Murphy's Law, oh, hello, Alicia. Or Unoriginal, yeah. Hope you're Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, whatever's going on where you're at. Anything he does immediately goes wrong. Pretty chill. Got some pretty cool Christmas gifts. And so getting bros some Christmas gifts. Now I'm just chilling out, hanging out with you guys, doing some streams, reacting to some videos.
Wonder Review showing up. Bro is everywhere in Part 8, as wherever the Pursuer is, he'll be there, as he's an auto-tracking energy that also just automatically attacks endlessly, regardless of whether Wonder Review is physically present or not. So yeah, Wonder Review's range is likely infinite given it being an auto-tracking energy.
So he says Wonder Review's range is infinite because it's auto-tracking. It would extend to the entirety of the JoJo's universe. I don't know about the multiverse, technically, but it probably would affect the multiverse.
Also, Wonder Review can be at two places at once, like the hospital and the Higashikata household, and can most likely be in even more places at once, just like referencing the JoJolian chapter covers. Multiple calamities can happen at once, making this stand so frustratingly broken and hard to deal with, but that's not all, as you're probably wondering that if an opponent is faster than the calamities, then they should be able to just speed blitz Wonder Review, right? Wrong. The speed of the calamities literally don't matter, as the automatic activation of them isn't by Wonder Review, it's by you, the pursuer, just thinking or looking at Toro or Wonder Review. And because you had that thought before you moved on to whatever action you were gonna take against Wonder Review or Toro, a calamity is already fated to intercept you regardless, because the calamity is already there in your way, and it'll only appear physically once you make the physical action of pursuit. Whether the calamity is slow or fast or just stationary, you'll run into it or be stopped before.
That one's not necessary. Oh, this is JoJo's Part 8 spoilers. Yeah, we're talking Wonder Review. The only thing that we know that can affect the multiverse is the Stand Beyond. So, technically, you can react to the calamities. He's not entirely truthful here. Josuke is able to react to some of the calamities at the airport, but most of the time you will be caught off guard. Yeah, sorry about that, Original. If you haven't seen JoJo's Part 8, going over Wonder Review, the Part 8 stand.
The best way to look at what the calamity does is think that you're basically trapped in a Final Destination.
Go on, go.
I was gonna say, the best way is sometimes you'll see what's coming, sometimes you won't. Think of it like Final Destination.
Yeah. right? If you have future sight, you can deal with it. Murphy's Law is everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And yeah, no, if you have precog, you should be able to deal with Wonder of You because you would see what Wonder of You is going to send your way.
Before reaching the stand, which is busted. The only type of speed that could get around that is
here is Diablo W.
Diavolo, finally, I don't get completely screwed over.
Which I'll explain later in the video. Finally, another scary thing about calamities is that the attacks and activations of them aren't controllable by Toru and Wonder Review at all, and can't be stopped once in motion. And Toru and Wonder Review don't know what calamity will occur, as while calamity is an ability that protects them from pursuers, it's something more external, if that makes any sense. A force of nature. Quick bonus, Wonder Review quickly caused the death of Lucy Steele due to her looking at Toru and wanting to pursue the fruit Toru has. And when Lucy was returned back to America, World War II started. All the calamity preventing Lucy from pursuing Toru in Wonder Review.
What?
Wild stuff, man. Paths, calamity preventing Lucy from pursuing Toru in Wonder Review. Wild stuff, man. Started. All the
What's up?
Calamity preventing Lucy from pursuing Toru in Wonder Review. Wild stuff.
Oh, okay, so he's arguing World War II was created because Wonder of You created World War II? I might have to reread that final arc. Well, I do think Wonder of You can actually fuck with the timeline. Joseph Joestar's in part 8? Not exactly.
Stuff, man. Paths, flow, resolve, coincidences / accidents in JoJo are all interchangeable with fate. A force of nature that sets up a sequence or chain or flow of events with a destined conclusion, to put it simply. Explained and showcased by Killer Queen Bites the Dust, Pucci's win against Weather and Gyro's victory against Wicked Pico. Paths and Resolve being heavily talked about and showcased by Journal and Jobin, which results in their
death. That to the reporter? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, all that new Odin lore makes him freaking out during the Atom fight a lot more fucking, like, crazy, I guess.
Why?
Well, didn't you see what I told you?
What do you mean?
Odin is technically not Odin, if that makes sense. At least not from the original standpoint where we would probably considered him as a, like, head of the Pantheon. Like, he is the head of the Pantheon, but he wasn't originally a Norse god. He's a primordial god. Yeah. What?
Right.
Yeah, you should look into that.
In victory, coincidences being interchangeable with flow, as talked about and showcased by Heia's chain of events that results in only good luck for its user. And once again, these coincidences within flow are fated, as talked about and showcased by Pucci with Angalo and Weather Report. Coincidences and accidents are blatantly interchangeable by Jobin and Rai's father, like when he died in the flow of calamity. What makes calamities what they are is how you and everyone interacts with society in general. Society in JoJo is just based on what each individual person would have happen to them as a result of their specific situation and their interaction with the world. An example by Jobin is, quote, there are situations where if you'd gotten somewhere a second sooner, you might have been in an accident or avoided an accident. Things where the result is good or bad. Basically, what he's saying here is that the cause of whatever you do, like going to work, the effect or result is either good or bad. You're on time or you're late. Jobin reveals that what exists around everyone everyone that makes these situations and interactions with society, or at least what he believes dismissing good and bad luck, is strength and weakness. But it's important not to take his dismissal of good and bad luck as fact, as he gave examples earlier of just like simple dualities of good and bad. And there's just other examples to experience these dualities as explained by Valentine. Jobin's view is that strength is good and weakness is bad. How you perceive things is also an interaction with society. It's the cause of your decisions. Strength, to Jobin, is the righteous path that will lead to a fated victory. The events within the path he partakes in are the cause, and results or effect of this path is victory, which is good. But even following that righteous path walked by a saint who makes no mistakes, it's unavoidable that bad things will occur during the path, no matter how small. That is calamity, the unavoidable. You can be fated to win going down whatever path you've chosen, or a force is chosen for you, and something negative like you getting hurt in the path to victory will forcibly derail you into and only a path of calamity when facing Toru and Wonder Review. Every action or cause you take in this path or flow due to pursuing Toru and Wonder Review undeniably results in one thing: calamity. Even Wonder Review says that fate is particularly unlucky for whoever pursues, explaining and proving this to his current pursuer. No good.
No, so that reporter section is very specific. The reporter was pursuing Wonder Review, but nothing bad happened to him until Wonder Review directly made him admit he was pursuing with negative intent. That's when Wonder Review was like, alright, calamity, bitch.
Things will happen to you in this flow unless the gods in JoJo bestow upon you a miracle, like with Go Beyond. Basically, calamity can change your fate into a new fate of calamity, a fate manipulation that counters other fate manipulation. Now on to how Wonder Review and calamities operate.
Okay, so he's claiming that Wonder Review beats the fate manipulation of other characters, but that is never shown. I don't know how I feel about that.
Specific. The flow of calamity is the flow of reason. Reason being the cause or the why, when, and how events happen to reach a fated conclusion, as showcased by various calamities, and the flow of reason is an interconnected chain of logic the world follows under. Worlds in JoJo, or at least the context of JoJo, when used to describe the effect, like a space-time ability or a parallel dimension ability, for example, would mean universe. Two good examples is Time Stop stopping Made in Heaven. Time Stop is stated to affect the world.
Hang on, guys. All right. Why does Wonder Review have that face? Wonder Review just kind of makes a face for itself.
To get space in JoJo, the flow of events happen to reach a fated conclusion, as showcased by various calamities, and the flow of reason is an interconnected chain of logic the world follows under. Worlds in JoJo, or at least the context of JoJo, when used to describe the effect, like a space-time ability or a parallel dimension ability, for example, would mean universe. Two good examples is Time Stop stopping Made in Heaven. Time Stop is stated to affect the world, stated in the JoJo guidebook, as well as in part 3, and not only was Made in Heaven accelerating the entire universe to infinity, but Time Stop stopped it completely. Right. And the author even states himself that in an interview, time abilities in JoJo are extremely powerful, and their range can go all the way out into outer space in reference to Time Stop. Last example is tied with Made in Heaven and D4C, stating and showing that space-time continuums and parallel dimensions are different universes in JoJo, often referred to as new worlds, parallel worlds, or the new world, which should mean that calamity operates on a universal scale as a lowball. As for the flow of reason, the interconnected chain of logic of the universe, as it's also setting up events in a progressive timeline and giving out conclusions that will happen once the events that physically progress there, but if you're still skeptical of Calamity, aka Wonder Review, being at least universal in power/hacks, I have a professional translation of the scam by my good old pal Rise. Go check him out on Twitter. Anyways, the scam for Wonder Review says, the concept/law of Calamity, even if the user has disappeared/died, will the doctor still exist? Wonder Review is a law of Calamity that will never go away from the world, which is just an ability that Tor used for its own sake. Wonder Review being an actual concept and law of the universe, but in a negative way.
This is where it's a little unclear. Technically, the power of Calamity existed before Toru, and it would exist after him. Whether or not Wonder of You as the stand would exist that long after or exist before him is debatable. Because Wonder of You does survive his death, but then he dies immediately afterwards.
That being Calamity. The erasure of Calamity isn't the erasure of reason and logic. It's simply the erasure of misfortune as an ability or force over the universe. And how fitting that in Part 9 our protagonist Jodio, who some including myself hypothesized to be the Lucky Joestar, will by the end of his own story become filthy rich, an outcome of good fortune that contrasts the unlucky and calamitous tone that casts a shadow over Part 8. But in conclusion, what we talked about earlier gives Wonder Review law manipulation. Wonder Review is also...
Okay, so he's giving Wonder Review law manipulation.
In conclusion, what we talked about earlier...
Because he doesn't create laws, he just gives you really bad luck. That's all Wonder Review does. What does Jodio stand? I think it's November Rain.
Earlier gives Wonder Review law manipulation. Wonder Review is also a type 2 abstraction or idea that is the embodiment of fundamental aspect or abstract concept.
Not exactly. Wonder Review, we'd have to see it come back after it was destroyed, technically.
Right. And is able to regenerate as long as the concept itself continues to exist. Destroying the abstraction is required to permanently kill those characters, but they can still be affected without directly altering it. As well as what was described about society in JoJo would make Wonder Review not only have conceptual manipulation, involving the manipulation of universal concepts.
Wonder of You having conceptual manipulation. I don't necessarily know about that one. That's never been demonstrated. Doesn't manipulate concepts.
And not the universe directly, but this would also make him a lesser realist concept, which I will not dive into for the sake of this video. Oh, and since Wonder Review is an abstract being, this would make him non-corporeal, which we've seen throughout JoJolion, like him walking through pillars, becoming almost like a shadow or reflection on the wall.
Wonder of You being non-corporal, I don't know if that's valid because he's just a stand. He can just phase through things on his own. So unless we're giving all stands non-corporal, like non-corpality or whatever, then I don't know if Wonder of You gets that himself.
Etc. Once again, go figure. Finally, since Wonder Review is the concept/law of Calamity, that by itself should make Wonder Review just naturally universal in scale due to the manipulation of Calamity as a concept/law.
He's arguing Wonder of You is universal just because it's Calamity? I don't know, man. Lot of reaching here. Aren't stands just souls or the projection of the soul? They technically are, but apparently, according to some pieces of evidence, stands are either higher or lesser than a soul in terms of its existence.
Against any pursuers. Now, for the mid-ball, there's two reasons for Wonder Review/Calamity to be Multiversal Plus and Power/Hacks. By the way, Multiversal Plus is basically an infinite amount of universes. The reasons
so
for
he's now arguing Wonder Review is multiversal. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I'm gonna go ahead and say Wonder Review isn't even really universal. It doesn't. Wonder Review has no power. Its only power is the ability to tell you to go fuck off. Like, Wonder Review can't attack you, if that makes sense. Hold up, let him cook.
To put this in perspective, if it wasn't for the fact that I know he doesn't believe this, by the same logic, he should be thinking that D4C is multiversal too.
Alright, let's see what he says for multiversal. Let's see his argument.
Wonder Review being able to reach this tier are pretty easy to understand. The first is that since Wonder Review is the universal concept/law of Calamity, he should exist in some way in every JoJo universe since Calamity is misfortune, aka bad luck, and good and bad.
Okay, so his argument is that Wonder of You is misfortune or calamity, so he should exist in every universe in some way. But how do you know that every version of calamity is the same Wonder of You? What if they have their own stands that are their own calamities? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one, Chief.
Bad luck should exist in every JoJo universe, as it's just a part of one big duality like that every universe just operates under. Imagine if Valentine were to pursue Wonder of You, then go into an alternate universe where Toru doesn't exist and Wonder of You's nowhere in sight, but Valentine would still want to pursue Wonder of You, thus Valentine would be attacked by Calamity in this alternate universe too, since Calamity exists in every universe. The second
No, that's not. Okay, so what are your thoughts on this one, Kyle? Because he's claiming that if Funny Valentine went to a different universe to pursue Wonder of You, Wonder of You would just still be able to attack him with Calamity.
There's no evidence for that. That would be a massive assumption.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing that. Oh boy, I guess Calamity again is uni because he's named Calamity. Calamity D's nuts. You know what else exists in every universe? Animals. So does that make animals uni? I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. The life
reason
exists in every universe.
for Wonder of You / Calamity to be Multiversal Plus is an
Does that
alter
mean
statement
Jordo's actually multiverse?
by Araki himself, saying, in response to putting fictional characters against each other, and applying similar questions in regards to JoJo as a whole, stating, even when writing JoJo, this is a topic I cannot avoid. Who is the strongest villain? What is strength? And what is peak fortune? Keep in mind that when Araki's asking these questions, he's asking them as a general reference to the entire series he's been writing, parts 1 to 8 at the time this statement was made, which means he's referring to all the villains of the series, including the main ones, of course, when he questions who's
Araki has already been shown to have bad memory regarding JoJo's. Read any of his actual interviews or his books, and he makes mistakes fairly often. I'm not saying you can't use him for statements, but understand that this is a man who has been working on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for what, 30 years now? It's like it's a 30-year-old series.
Better
Yet, or no?
part of 30 years.
So this is a man who has been working on a series for so
Almost
long.
40. Almost 40.
Almost 40 years. I
Because
promise
part
you,
1 started. Because part 1 started like mid 80s.
he is not rereading his books. He is not rereading JoJo's. I guarantee you this man does not remember half the shit he gave other characters. I guarantee you. And this isn't just the case for Araki. A lot of manga writers and real life writers, if they don't keep good notes or consistently refresh their knowledge of shit they wrote, they forget about it. That's just being fucking human. I'm not saying you can't use him. I'm just saying that when this guy's saying Araki's statement means all of JoJo's, let's remember Araki's also human, and he wouldn't remember half the shit he gave to other
the
characters.
strongest. With strength, that is a direct reference to Jobin, with the right path. Peak fortune is a indirect reference to D4C Love Train, as that's the only thing D4C Love Train is. Good fortune. And it only brings good fortunes to stuff in a flow, right? With anything negative being redirected somewhere else, leaving once again only good fortune. Peak and total fortune, if you will. D4C Love Train being a villain, and peak fortune that Calamity, aka Wonder View, scales above. This is nuts because D4C Love Train walls house an infinite amount of dimensions. Space-time continuums and parallel dimensions.
He's saying that Calamity would scale above D4C because Araki said Calamity is the strongest force.
Are just different universes.
And I think we covered this when we did the video, but it's like,
which Valentine refers
okay,
to as.
It can be the strongest, but it doesn't have any way to get around Love Train.
Universes that exist in Part 7 are limitless / infinite, stating,
I've decided the strongest, most terrifying adversary one can face is called Calamity. Calamity attacks irrationally, but is actually bound by a certain logic and will encroach every person equally. It's too powerful, and trying to overcome it might in itself be beyond hope. This is the conclusion of Jojoline. Yeah. So, the strongest and most terrifying adversary is Calamity because it attacks irrationally and it approaches everyone equally. It is too powerful and trying to overcome it itself be beyond hope. Yeah, source. I didn't rock with his actual design. Yeah, Diavolo Shadow Form was
I
better.
decided that the strongest and most terrifying adversary one can face is Calamity. Calamity attacks irrationally, but is actually bound by a certain logic and will encroach on every person equally. Calamity, aka Wonder Review, is the strongest villain in the series, and everything Araki has said in regards to Calamity are all things applied and present in JoJolion as he makes his final statement, saying, "It's too powerful, and trying to overcome it might in and of itself be beyond hope." And that is the conclusion of JoJolion. When Araki says this, that Calamity is too powerful, this is showcased in JoJolion by Rai stating, "This guy is the Calamity, and he's a powerful enemy, beyond powerful." And with that being the conclusion of JoJolion, it's simply in reference to Soft and Let Go Beyond. The statements and claims Araki makes for Wonder Review here are no different than guidebook statements for other stands like Gold Experience Requiem, for example. Wonder Review even parallels GER statements in regards to them having the strongest ability on their side in their respective parts. GER saying, "You will never arrive at the reality that will occur. None who stand before me shall ever do so, no matter what abilities they may wield." Then Wonder Review saying, "The act of pursuing me is certain to become a severe disaster that is sent back to the attacker." The statement being followed by a supporting statement that follows, "This world follows an interconnected chain of logic. Regardless of what type of stand ability you have, to overcome that and reach me is not possible." The parallel here is that due to the nature and
They are
strength of GR
parallels.
and Wonder Review's
He is right
abilities,
about
no
this
stand
one.
ability
GER and Wonder Review have similar statements they give out as stands. The only issue specifically is that Wonder Review doesn't fight any stands that are all that crazy, whereas GR fights Diavolo, which kind of
should
makes
ever
it,
be
like,
able to
weird.
overcome them, no matter what abilities they have. The Soft and Let Go Beyond
Also,
being the
Merry
exception
Christmas,
in
Neil.
Wonder Review's case because it goes beyond that certain logic. Another parallel between GR and Wonder
So you sound pretty tired. It's crazy how
Yeah, it's fine. I'm good. It's actually a long story. It's a long story. It's a long story.
All right. Yeah, I was just doing some reactions, some power scaling videos today. Figured I'd do something a little differently from the usual streams. So I saw Set's fucking Saitama versus Naruto video, so that was a trip. Fucking.
God, was it Universal Naruto?
Oh yeah, of course. It was Universal to Multiversal Naruto, of course.
I fucking knew it. It's almost unequivocally always some combination of that whenever I see somebody argue that, like, Naruto beats, like, one of those types of characters or something like that.
Yeah, and Saitama, you know, in his fight against Garu, destroying over 1 billion stars. So that was interesting.
I mean, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like I said, personally, even with like the most generous scaling, I genuinely do not see how you could get Naruto beyond like tier 4. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm still gonna have to go through the guidebook scans myself and stuff and see what goes on from there. But yeah, right now I'm watching Jojo Godot's Wonder Review video, about a year old, seeing what he has to say about it.
Wonder Reviews that they both have
You're still
statements
hung
of
up
having
about Wonder Review.
Well, no, so I was gonna watch a different video, but I did mention I was gonna go through a JoJo video, so I was like, fuck it, let's see what one of the more prominent JoJo scalers on YouTube has to say about Wonder Review.
the strongest ability.
And I've already come to disagree with a lot of what he says, but that's fine.
For the respective parts below, GR with JoJo Go-Go, with Araki saying it has an attack power that's best at existing stands, so it can be said to be a perfect stand, reverse to revert to 0, and Wonder Review with Araki just saying Calamity is the strongest force and abilities created so far that no stand can overcome. So basically, the too long didn't listen is that Calamity, Wonder Review's ability, is above every stand ability from JoJo Part 3 to 8, and is the strongest force that interacts with and changes a victim's fate into Calamity heavily. The final thing to note is that
Alright, yep, so he's just flat out saying that because of the stand from Araki, Wonder Review as a stand power is superior to everything from parts 3 to 8. I would like to point out that technically there are some times where Calamity doesn't really do shit to the stands themselves. Calamity doesn't beat stands, by the way. It's really weird. It only beats the stand user. It doesn't actually beat the stand themselves.
Wonder Review is a hybrid of a stand and a person as the head doctor. Stand is a mind and soul. Wonder Review seemingly died mind, body, and soul when Toru died. But Wonder Review came back because he's the literal representation of Calamity, a concept, a law that never goes away and remains forever. This gives Wonder Review mid-godly regeneration regeneration, which is an ability to regenerate from complete destruction of not only their physical form, but their non-physical aspects such as their soul and mind. Basically, Wonder View can come back from death on a physical, spiritual, mental level almost immediately because he's a concept that is Calamity. What makes him even more broken is that Wonder View, when regenerating, will actively possess an alive person. And given that Wonder View is a universal to multiversal plus force, it's hard to argue most fictional characters can resist
I kind of
concept.
don't really look at a lot of scaling videos nowadays.
No, I
Fucking
don't. I don't.
Sunday be spitting.
No, fuck you, Kyle. No, I don't watch YouTube
No,
videos.
I'm gonna show you what he says. Yeah, he's fucking spitting.
No, I don't watch scaling videos on my own time. I'm only doing this for the stream. Usually, I'd be watching something else right now, or freaking working on some other stuff. I just I've gotten to the point with YouTube power scalers to where if I care about where a character scales, I'd rather just do the legwork myself than trust what people say online, unfortunately. There are just too many people
Yeah, that's kind of how I wish more people were like, honestly. That's one of the reasons why I don't really see whenever there's like a character every character that I scale and every person that I scale, I don't just scale it based off of what I hear. I always go into the series and do research and stuff. Again, it's not that hard in my personal opinion, but a lot of people don't do this really.
Yeah, it's just I'm not saying that people online are always wrong or they're always like fucking blind you or something. I'm just saying that like if you've done this long enough, you will either not agree with everyone's position on certain things, or you yourself will just will do a better job scaling yourself than some of these people. They're not all good, especially all these new TikTok scalers, fucking garbage ass scalers.
Now let me know. Now let me know. You think he's fucking spitting some facts here?
Oh, you just want 7 days off, you fucking bum.
Actual possession by a force of this magnitude.
No, really, I think it'll resonate with
finally
people.
arrived at the counter arguments against Wonder View being this powerful, which mainly revolves around D4C Love Train and Tussac 4, and I might need to summarize and defend what sought to go beyond as well. The first is that D4C Love Train is an exact counter towards Wonder View, peak fortune versus peak misfortune. While the sentiment may be true by the basic nature of D4C Love Train, the author has already stated and shown that, at bare minimum, Wonder View is the strongest villain he's wrote so far, which would automatically make Wonder View above D4C Love Train, as Funny Valentine is a main villain that was granted a stand evolution via the corpse parts. Speaking about the corpse parts of Jesus Christ represent the multiverse's general duality of good and bad that'll have a risk of bouncing out to zero.
Okay, so his argument just boils down to any other ability that should interact with Wonder of You doesn't work because the author said that Wonder of You is like potentially the strongest stand or the strongest stand. Or more accurately, Calamity is the strongest.
It's user like just at random.
Oh, we discussed this in the video. It's like those those statements can coincide with each other, and they can still lose the other stands.
This risk is that if you're unlucky enough to land on it, the outcome is that, let's say, an injury you're hoping to remove and throw onto someone else in the world will instead be inflicted onto someone who has equal value to you like a family member. Valentine didn't have to face these consequences when he got the corpse parts and acquired D4C Love Train, as he was simply fortunate enough to not experience the risk Johnny experienced. Now, why all this matters here is because the curse or calamity on Johnny's family for years is Wonder View, as explained in the conclusion of JoJolion, with Wonder View being referred to as their curse. And when Wonder View is erased, the curse will be erased too, and is. Essentially, Johnny trying to remove the curse from his family is an active pursuit. Thus, Johnny suffers the calamity, being the first known character to experience the chance/risk of equivalent value being applied from the corpse parts rather than the curse just simply being shot somewhere else, and that's it. The equivalent value calamity being the curse being transferred to his son. And it's not like Johnny can't use the corpse parts again to, well, just try again to test his luck, but he refuses due to the horror of seeing the curse on his son. He snaps back to his senses that he wouldn't remove and transfer this horrible curse to someone somewhere else, right? So basically, the corpse parts that made D4C Love Train just ain't shit to Calamity, aka Wonder of You. But there's even more. Johnny decided the only thing left to do is to transfer the curse onto himself, which he does. Not only does Johnny die to a calamity, but the curse wasn't truly removed from his family, the Higashitas, and has plagued them for a long time.
Okay, so he's arguing that Johnny claims in Part 8 that the corpse parts wouldn't be effective against Wonder of You, but I don't think that's what he says. I'm gonna have to read Johnny's interaction with the in Part 8.
Which is a pivotal plot point of Part 8. And if it wasn't obvious, Tussac 4 ain't shit to Calamity either, its effects not even being able to overcome or harm Wonder of You. I've seen many people just make arguments that Tussac 4 should be able to harm Wonder of You and Calamity because Tussac 4 is the spin, and so is Go Beyond, therefore Tussac 4 should work. But the problem is that Tussac 4 and Software Go Beyond are very different. Tussac 4 is the
Okay, so he is arguing against Tusk Act 4 being able to fight Wonder of You.
pinnacle of the spin, dimensionally. And
He claims Tusk Act 4 didn't work to stop the curse from Johnny.
to Calamity, the curse truly is a
But
pit from his family. Not only does Johnny die to a calamity, it wasn't obvious. Tussac 4, I've seen many people just make arguments that Tussac 4 should be able to harm Wonder of You and Calamity because Tussac 4 is the spin, and so is Go Beyond, therefore Tussac 4 should work.
For sure.
But the problem is that Tussac 4 and Software Go Beyond are very different. Tussac 4 is the pinnacle of the spin, dimensionally, and while Software Go Beyond may use some of the spin, the result is completely different with Software Go Beyond not only being able to just transcend Calamity, but the flow, the chain, the sequence of reason, logic, and fate, going beyond logic, truly becoming non-existent, something Tussac 4 can't even hold a candle to. And it's specifically Josuke's own unique spin, not an almighty representation of it. Plus, the whole Tussac 4 being the same or better than Software Go Beyond argument is simply an association fallacy, which is basically an assertion of an irrelevant association that the qualities of like one thing are inherently the qualities of another. Saying, for example, the PS5 is a console, the Xbox Series X is also a console, so therefore the PS5
So
is
he's claiming that Tusk Act 4 and Go Beyond, if you argue they're similar types of powers, that you're using an association fallacy because he's saying the spin doesn't matter.
Xbox Series X, and cannot
No, that's the fundamental thing that it uses.
Exact same, but also have the same exclusives, deals, controllers, etc. Now, obviously, this isn't true. Just because they're consoles doesn't mean they're one-to-one. That's why they have different brands, exclusive performances, controllers, etc. And a similar logic would follow in regards to Software Go Beyond Tussac 4. The spin is Software Go Beyond. The spin is also Tussac 4. So therefore, Software Go Beyond is Tussac 4, and Tussac 4 would be capable of doing anything Software Go Beyond can do or achieve. Now, that's a pretty good example of an unsound argument people use to just try to justify Tussac 4 being equal to or above Software Go Beyond, while they disregard the things that make them vastly different, especially in their conclusions, which is not to completely discredit the idea that Tussac 4 could potentially replicate Software Go Beyond, maybe even over time, but to assert they're immediately comparable in power because their spin is just completely wrong in my opinion. Also, a good side-by-side is that while Tussac 4 and Software Go Beyond were fired at Calamity through a person's body, only one of them was capable of harming Wonder of You, that being Software Go Beyond through a person's body. Only one of them is that while Tussac 4 and Software Go Beyond were fired at Calamity through a person's body,
tells us that King Grim's exception.
Yeah, but it looks like his main argument for Part 4 or for Tusk Act 4 not working is that Calamity is that he can't hurt Calamity in Part 8 when he transfers the curse over. But the problem with that is, how do I say this? The calamities caused by Wonder of You are not Wonder of You itself. You'd have to hurt the original owner of Wonder of You to hurt Wonder of You or hurt Wonder of You itself. From what I'm seeing of this Johnny scan, Johnny's not attacking Wonder of You or Toru. He's just removing the curse on something
was capable
else.
of harming Wonder of You, that being Software Go Beyond. Finally, the last counter argument, which is pretty much Software Go Beyond downplay, is the claim that Wonder of You blocked its attacks, right? This argument mainly stems from people not visually paying attention and reading the material, as Josuke actually has two spins. One, he spins with his bubbles on his fingertips, and the other spin coming out of his shoulder, birthmark, actually being Go Beyond. Even Rai points out Go Beyond is completely different from the visible spin on Josuke's fingertips. fingertip. And when Gobion is fired, nobody can see or react to it. Toro got hit by Gobion like twice and didn't tank it. The attack is simply like a bullet that just negates durability, erases concepts, and
technically when whatchamacallit, during the fight, Wonder of You blocks bubbles from soft and wet Go Beyond, but technically the bubble that he's blocking is not the one that is the Go Beyond bubble, because they're not all Go Beyond. Only like a few of them are, because they come from the birthmark. It's silly, but that's how it works.
It doesn't have crazy destructive capability. A Multiversal Plus hacks as a low ball, 5D hacks as a mid ball given the transcendence of the multiverse like logic, reason, and causality, chaining of events with fate, even erasing Wonder on the spot when shot at him. And the speed of the attack alone, since the bubble spins that fast to go beyond the causal chain of the reason and logic and Calamity, right, can at least be speculated that it has inaccessible speed, movement in 0 seconds, as time doesn't apply to the Go Beyond bubble. It spins so fast that it doesn't exist anywhere in like space, time, in any universe, because they all have like a chain of like reason and logic and fate. And something like Go Beyond goes beyond all that logic that makes things work essentially. Like for example, if Jotaro stopped time when Go Beyond is fired, how would time stop effects and
What?
Saw something wrong, Neil?
Yeah, multiversal.
Yes, multiversal and inaccessible bubbles, good sir. I know you wouldn't be downplaying JoJo's. No, I don't agree with half the shit he's saying here. It just seems kind of, unfortunately, a little bit ridiculous. I'm not saying it's all wrong per se, but I'm just not sure about it. That's why I want to see what the other skillers say, just to see what the sort of idea here is.
Attack/ability that not only doesn't exist in the universe or space-time he's in, but also just is beyond that logic in general. The simple answer is that time stop wouldn't affect the Go Beyond bubble at all. Now, some people assert that by this logic, time stop could bypass Calamity, right? And the answer to that is no, since the difference between Calamity and time stop and Go Beyond is that time stop is a hacks Jotaro is immune to, and a hacks that canonically scales below Calamity. There's no
Okay, so he's also arguing time stop wouldn't work against Calamity, but again, all Araki says is that Calamity is the strongest force in JoJo's, not that it bypasses and stops all abilities. I'm not sure why we're making
no
this
speed
assertion.
feat to be had with time stop to grant inaccessible speed, while there is with Sato and Go Beyond. Alright, last thing to talk about is Wonder Review up against all the stands in the series. It's simply not even close. Wonder Review, the second strongest stand in the series behind Sato and Go Beyond, would obliterate every stand user and ability in the series without.
Okay, yeah, no, Kyle was right. He's technically scaling Wonder Review above every single stand, including the world over heaven, which can rewrite reality itself, which by all accounts should bypass Wonder Review, but okay.
That's actually kind of crazy, though.
Bruh. What, reality warping all the laws and everything in the universe, or a guy who gives you bad luck, who would win? That's crazy.
No, I know. If any of us were to like debating on this and use characters from just JoJo alone that we know should win, this statement is all he's banking on.
I'm just not
And
sure.
it doesn't even say what it wants it to say.
Yeah, I'm just not really quite sure on this one. It's really just extrapolating one author statement from a guy who's been working on a series for close to 40 years now, and just taking it at his word that he would remember everything about every other stand he did. I'm not saying Wonder Review can't beat every stand user. No, I don't think it ever beats the World Over Heaven if we're going with that one personally.
I think we're all pretty candid in the video we did, I don't even think it beats most villains. JoJo.
Yeah.
Because there's two fights. There's the fights of you know what Wonder Review does, and then there's the fight of if you don't know what it does. And if you know what it does, it's a completely different story. I reckon if everyone in JoJo knew or had like the inside knowledge of what Wonder Review does and how it triggers, I guarantee you, most of the teams are getting through it pretty easily.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. This is also a guy that argues Diavolo doesn't manipulate time in any way, shape, or form, and that GER. No, he didn't say GER was perception manipulation, right? That was just Diavolo. He still argues GER
That
is
was
causality manipulation. All I remember specifically is that Diavolo, he claims Diavolo doesn't erase time or skip forward in time or anything. He just argues Diavolo is perception manipulation. That's his
That's crazy.
argument.
What?
Oh yeah. No, this guy argues that
yeah.
like it doesn't make logical
It's good.
sense for Diavolo to erase time because then he erases the universe. So Diavolo must have no time manipulation whatsoever. It's gotta all be perception.
Yeah, like this is like I'm gonna call it perception manipulation, even though every piece of media for JoJo and every game says that it's time manipulation.
Yeah, so a little not too surprising he went with this conclusion, but just a little silly nonetheless.
Oh, what does he mean? Diavolo would destroy the universe. He technically erased the timeline, though.
So
Well, that's that. He doesn't like where that places Diablo or GER. So what he does, he just tries to say that it's perception manipulation.
Alright, then. Cool, I guess. Alright.
just be JoJo scalers nowadays. But yeah. Well, I mean that's kind of what I expected. A lot of extrapolations, a lot of relying on author statement to carry all your opinions here. I'm not too surprised,
Well,
although I do wish they would
I think we should extrapolate more on the author statement itself because it's not saying that Wonder Review is the strongest stand. It's just saying that Calamity is the scariest power because it's fucking everywhere and it's unpredictable.
I decided the strongest and most terrifying adversary one can face is called Calamity. Calamity attacks irrationally, but is actually bound by a certain logic and will encroach every person equally. So, I guess what this guy's saying is that the logic Calamity is bound by is just pursuing Toru, but that's inconsistently applied across the final fight. Also, to be clear, every Calamity that falls on you is not an insta-kill either. I've said this before and we said it in the video, but like, Calamity can literally just be like your car fucking pops a tire when you're going to the hospital. That can just be Calamity. That can be how Wonder Review's attacking you, and that'd be perfectly valid. As valid as like leaves slicing you to pieces. I don't know. Just it seems just like a lot of extrapolation, a lot of high end assertions. Again, stands can be stronger or weaker and still be affected by powers.
So this is the thing. It's just like Calamity could be you have a plane fall on you, or it could be as simple as you just stubbed your toe.
Yeah. And I do believe that is the issue with a lot of discussions regarding Wonder Review. A little bit of like a Gojo situation with like invulnerability to some extent. Or I guess infinity, if that's how you guys want to call it. But yeah. No, that's about it, at least for this one. I'm trying to think if there's any other video for power scaling I was interested in. Because I know someone was talking about Seth, that's why I watched Seth's video, and man, I don't know if Neo, I don't know if you've watched any of Seth's content post his allegations, but man, he a lot of that old fire he had in his voice, that attitude, is just gone.
That's crazy. I mean, good lord, I can't. I don't even know what to feel. Cause there's the thing, I didn't even know dude was still making content. Actually, I genuinely thought he just packed it up and like put the fries in the bag.
Are we gonna watch the Star Wars video? Yeah, fuck it, why not? We can finish the stream off with the Set the Programmer Star Wars rating video. Why not? I have issues with Star Wars. Oh, what's wrong? Neil?
Star Wars is always.
I was gonna say now I'm curious on how we treat Star Wars now because I've seen some pretty interesting scaling that's come about, especially as of late post Versatile Wiki's current revisions and shit.
I know nothing about Star Wars, and as far as I'm aware from what people have told me, they can be
find your interest residing more in those
level.
domains or those Civil War type battles and wanting to learn more after this. But as is the nature of Star Wars, it's time to finally get to the bottom of a more important question. Who is really on top at the end and only learn some shit as usual?
Like, I already scaled one extensively hard series to go through.
The first on this list are mainly
Lord Deep. I don't need Star
lacking
Wars 2.
solid competition from their Jedi counterparts of their era, and because of various statements placing them there, despite common belief. These first would be Darth Traya from Knights of the Old Republic 2, Sion, a Sith willing himself to stay alive through sheer rage, and the mysterious cloaked Nihilus. Darth Traya comments that the powerful ancient Sith before them make the new wave, or generation rather, look like nothing more than cannon fodder in comparison. This is backed up by words from one of the Knights of the
Strongest. Oh god, I'm actually
Old
curious
Republic.
what this is going to be about.
Okay, so he starts off by ranking the Sith Triumvirate from Knights of the Republic 2, I guess, as the weakest.
main developers named Chris Avallone, stating that Naga Sadao, as an example,
You know
would
who's someone scaling that I haven't seen in a long time that always made me want to put my fucking head through a window?
What?
Fucking Crisis. What's Crisis doing nowadays?
I'll check after this. It's not this video, ironically, is not as long as the other one.
be even greater than Nihilus in raw power, despite his ability to drain entire planets of their force. Traya, Sion, and Nihilus all have their own pecking order as described in the Sith video. Traya force chokes a battle-ready Sion, and Nihilus toys with Traya in the game. Once again, I would recommend that video for Sith vs. Sith rankings, but let's move on.
Okay. So he claims the weakest Sith we know of are the Sith Triumvirate from KOTOR 2. Interesting.
And yeah, very interesting. I'm curious on who he has hired in that because they're not pushovers by any means. Matter of fact, they're like very, very strong lore wise and shit. So now I'm actually just curious on who's above.
It's like, so I'd like to point out for the record that while Kreia does state that the older Sith Lords make the newer ones look like trash, she specifically states that Nihilus's power is so massive that people don't even look like people to him. They're like grains of sand across a vast ocean that is him, if I remember correctly. And the character she's telling that to, while they do end up beating Nihilus, they beat Nihilus because Nihilus is weakened and has other like debuffs put on him. That character goes on to fight the Sith Emperor and can almost kill him in a fight. So I don't know.
Are very ancient Sith from the Knights of the Old Republic
I was
comic
saying,
books,
not to
who are
mention,
directly
Vitian
stated to be
himself is no
above the
joke. Probably one of the strongest characters in the series, actually.
Yeah, I'm not too sure here. I do know that I do believe this did start because of author statements. Chris Avallone, the creator, in 2018 released a Twitter statement discussing Nihilus being weaker than Naga Shadow and stuff, and that's kind of where I think the sort of Nihilus pecking order dropped a bit. But it's like I feel like the in-game statements kind of go against that to some extent.
Likes of Nihilus, as just mentioned, and since Naga and Ludo were both near
Naga
rivals,
and like a lot of his strong suits was he can like throw stars and like manipulate them, but like, dude, okay, that's not really all that impressive by comparison to some of the Sith that would come after, actually.
So From what, so this is where it gets kind of interesting because we do have,
They're
he is going
about
to
to
put
be the
Revan and
ruler of the
Malik
Sith
above
species, a statement putting
Nakashano
one
and
of them
stuff.
above Nihilist would include the two of them realistically, with Sadao proving Ludo's slight superiority as seen by their respective wounds in their duel. Again, the Jedi weren't really stepping in on the Sith's territory here, so this is really foundational reminders for the future of the video.
Okay, so Freedom Nad comes in next, alright.
As is the case with Marco Ragnos, Freedom Nad, and Karnus Mur, who are all Sith belonging to the more ancient caste Traya was commenting on, with lore to suggest relative parity among the trio, the former two are outright stated to be far stronger than Sadao and Ludo, with Karnus being compared to the former rather than the latter. Ragnos, a Sith spirit appearing at the time of the ancient Naga Sadao and company, was implied to be able to crush Sadao, as shown with the likes of Nihilus, who is a force of Force Drain, and Mur, who favor stealing bodies or of other powerhouses, at least as a Sith spirit centuries beyond his natural death. We have to dig a little deeper to come to a sound conclusion about their actual combat power level per se. While it may seem unbelievable that later Sith could do crazier things than the likes of an ancient Sith, or Nihilus as an example, you will be surprised to learn that it is in fact the case. With most things,
Yeah, this one's gonna get kind of fun because technically via lore, Count Dooku, Asajj Ventress, and I think all of the new Sith from the Clone Wars outscale the Old Republic. It's one of those fun feats versus statements discussions
just
you get to
being
have in
visual
fiction.
concessions from the movies and so forth that don't
also,
really
I
let
don't
us
even know if I
see.
would agree with that. I mean, that some are like, for example, I could see a case for Palpatine and all that. That makes a lot of sense. He has like consistent statements of being like the strongest Sith, and not to mention feats kind of back it and stuff. But like, I don't know, man.
It's okay. Darth Maul, as an old man, outscales a guy who wiped the planet. Darth Maul, good job with your planet wiping, feats there.
Things of
Nah,
Nihilus' scale or some type of
it's always
video
fun when that
game level
happens.
feat.
So when it comes to Palpatine, all I'm hearing is Zane or W.
Zane or W.
Finally, we
Nah,
start seeing
Kingdom
Jedi
Hearts
and
is
Sith
trash.
cross sabers during the era of one of the earliest Jedi turned Sith, Exar Kun. Nearly 4,000 years before the age of Luke Skywalker, this dark Jedi turned Sith Lord did battle with his old master named Vodo Boss, with the Jedi actually proving a worthy foe against Exar, even while using a simple staff rather than a laser sword, but only for a brief time. Keep in mind too that Exar grew more powerful since beating his master via talismans and trainings as well, and a new combatant named Ulic then does combat with said empowered Exar, proving to be within a hair's distance of equaling him, only for Exar to then be crowned as Ulic's Sith master by the spirits of old. Exar with
and how you want to compare that to official lore and statements in the game, because I'm gonna keep it a buck here. The way Kreia talks about Nihilus's power is a lot crazier than what she talks about with
unlocked
even
powers
Revan.
destroys Freedom
So
Nad's
it's a little
literal
weird
ghost
there.
just via
But
raw
technically,
power of
it
his
is not
amulets. So
a
it's safe
bad
to say that
scaling
the
chain to put the Sith Triumphant so low because of Kreia's singular statement.
Jedi Grand Master Vodo would
And I guess
most
the
likely
opposite
be at least more
Because I
powerful
believe the
than the
author will
old
say
Sith,
that,
unless you
Malik and
think
Revan are
Exar became
stronger
that
than
much
the ancient
stronger
Sith
since
right
he
now.
and Vodo dueled.
Yeah, Revan, Malik, Mitra. Fuck? Okay.
Interesting.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the reason.
Getting into two more popular niche characters would be Malak and Revan.
So, he puts Mitra vastly above the Sith Triumphant, but she's the girl who needed help to kill Nihilus, technically couldn't kill Sion on her own, and Kreia basically didn't even fight her. So I'm curious what his argument
Both
is.
boasting statements surpassing that of Exar pretty directly, although
Also,
the
keep in
one
mind, Mitra
utilized
isn't a slouch either. She's actually pretty strong. It's just
No,
the people she faced are very weak.
Mitra is strong, but what I'm waiting for him to say is why Mitra scales so much higher than the other characters when the three people she couldn't really kill on her own are at the bottom of the tier list.
in the Sith video is a bit more questionable now, as the Knights of the Old Republic remake seems trapped in development hell. Officially, it's still
that
on the
Knights of
way.
the Republic remake's never happening, by the way. It's never being made. Straight development hell. It's gonna be canceled.
I'd rather it just not happen. Actually, I'd rather it not.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'll let all of you place bets if you think that's ever coming out or not. Either way, Revan as a Jedi in Knights of the Old Republic 1 defeats Malak, as he is stronger than he's ever been, and Mitra from the second game is considered the greatest of students per one of Revan's masters. The hero of Tython, who is a Jedi from the Star Wars MMO, becomes the Outlander in the DLC if the player deems it so. The Outlander is then stated by Vitiate to be his greatest foe, making him stronger than either Revan or Mitra, but to what extent is...
Okay, so hang on. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So Mitra gets higher scaling because Kreia says you're the greatest student I've ever trained, and argues that to scale her to or above Revan. But that same Mitra couldn't beat Nihilus in a fight. Curious.
Hard to say. Again, kind of a cop-out, but this MMO has many branching paths, and the series tends to obfuscate the fate of these choose-your-own-adventure type protags as to preserve player...
I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I know I'm harping on this more than I should, but if you scale Mitra to Revan and them, Nihilus scales there. I don't want to fucking hear it.
As is the case with most games of that type. A lot of people have issues with the Revan novel, actually, because it asserts many details canonically that many players feel they'd rather have kept vague, so they could legitimize their own playthroughs as canon. The same can be said of Wrath and Nox, who are all as well potentially the Outlander with the same statement. Darth Malgus can damage the Outlander in cutscenes, pretty straightforward, yet he may be much stronger if you interpret the statement from the books of the Sith, where Sidious notes that his battlefield feats have never been replicated, to meaning he's at least more powerful than Count Dooku, who would be the main Sith wartime combatant at that time, that Sidious would have made the statement, probably in reference to. This probably isn't too likely and can maybe be interpreted as Malgus literally doing things Dooku simply didn't do as well. Or he could have seemed so impressive because of the weaker competition compared to what Dooku would have to face.
The Bane of the Jedi, Darth Bane, Darth Zan, Darth Cognis, and Darth Tenebros. Some of these don't sound real, bro.
This is probably the case since Darth Bane is outright stated to be the most powerful Sith up to that point.
Bruh.
Darth Bane scaling this high is actually pretty interesting. I don't disagree with it. I'm just actually kind of interested.
Dude, I don't. I might have to buy these Star Wars lore and data books just to get like all the new retcon information, because Star Wars gets retconned so damn much.
The greatest mastery of the Force on top of that.
Yeah, apparently there's a statement in one of the guidebooks that says Darth Bane's mastery and power exceeded that of any Sith prior to him.
Long after the age of the prior mentioned dark side users. Bane is then succeeded by Zana, and then Cognis, and so on, with many statements driving home that the dark side itself anoints the Sith apprentices with greater powers than their masters, as Bane's energy is passed on and enhanced with each generation of Sith, meaning Tenebrous, Plagueis' master, would be greater too than any other Sith before him. For some reason, this is controversial. It's probably not.
Okay, so apparently there are statements that suggest that Darth Bane's power, the dark side basically makes the apprentice stronger after Darth Bane. So every person who comes after Bane is basically cultivating his power, moving it forward.
Not instantly intuitive to think a random master of...
But I'm not entirely sure about that.
Sidious's master would be aura lords like Nihilus or Exar Kun, but the Rule of Two is a necessary narrative tool for the series, giving way for Sidious to be as powerful and important as he is. Imagine it sort of like this is the...
Okay, so I'm curious what his argument's going to be. If he's arguing the dark side makes the apprentices stronger, why Darth Maul and Count Dooku? Well, Count Dooku technically was close to Sidious in power, from what I understand, but Darth Maul is fodder in comparison, so I'm wondering what his position is going to be for that.
The sacrifice that the Sith had to make to create such powerful overlords such as Sidious, and why the Sith went from...
Count Dooku's actually kind of underrated when it comes to like power and like power scaling, because dude actually is legitimately kind of insane. Like dueling wise, he's literally he's like one of the best in the series, and power-wise, he's able to contend with like the likes of Anakin and Obi-Wan, so on and so forth,
No,
pretty
like,
handily.
even if you don't believe he could have beat Sidious in a fight, Count Dooku would have given Sidious a high diff fight regardless. Because Dooku's on the same level as Mace Windu and Yoda.
I understand. That's an interesting take right there, because a lot of people would disagree with you on there. Seriously, there's a lot of people who would disagree with that.
No, I'm sure they fucking are, but I have eyes, so I can just watch the movies.
Giant groups like the Jedi Order you see in the prequels to just the two you see in the current eras. So if the Sith weren't stronger after doing this, what a waste of time.
I don't. So. Okay, so after Darth Bane, he's claiming Qui-Gon Jinn, Sin Dralik, and Eeth Kot are stronger than Darth Bane. Interesting.
That is nah. What? Okay, I like Qui-Gon, I like all of them, but nah, they're not stronger than Darth Bane. That is insane, actually.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Interesting placement.
Seeing as the Sith had been in hiding since Darth Bane, it makes sense that things would finally heat up as far as Jedi and Sith battles and comparisons, as Qui-Gon Jinn would do battles with Darth Maul, who was called the deadliest Sith known in history.
Okay, so he scales Darth Maul above
Jinn would
Darth
do
Bane.
battles
Understood.
with Darth Maul, who was called the...
Yeah.
Nah, that's crazy. That's actually insane.
So he's saying that Darth Maul was stated to be the deadliest Sith in history.
That's
deadliest Sith
only
known
reason
in
that statement is
history.
made was because he was one of the first Sith that's been seen in like thousands of years.
According to a
do
random
battles with
guidebook,
Darth Maul,
it
who
does
was called
say
the...
that it is clear from the duel against Darth Maul that the Sith are very much alive and more powerful than ever. All right, so
Yeah, that's. Oh man, that's kind of interesting.
I will say, as much as I don't like it, there are so many lore statements for the prequel and older trilogy, or I guess original prequel and sequel trilogy, that all of those characters, despite it not looking like it in any way, shape, or form, they all technically shit stomp the Old Republic.
Oh, it is weird. It's weird to bring up the sequels too, because there's like statements of like the sequel characters like scaling to or like above like some of like the original trilogy characters, and I'm like, okay, but like how? Like, where's it supported in the movies themselves? And it's like, what even? Okay, it's just I don't know, man. Like I said, that's one of the reasons why when it comes to like statements for Star Wars, I take it into consideration, but also kind of hold it with like a grain of salt to some degree. Like, there's some stuff that's like very consistent, that makes sense and so on and so forth. But there's other stuff that are just so weird to where it's like, are you sure about that?
So what I will say regarding Star Wars is the series where you're going to be like, what are you going to side with, feats or statements? Because if you go off feats, only like Sidious has feats that put him on the Old Republic level. No one else does. And I guess technically Yoda, fight scaling is, fight scaling. But like, if you sat me down and you're like Darth Maul outscales everyone in the Old Republic, basically, I'm just like, okay, are you sure about that? He lost to a Padawan. Are you sure about that? You know what? I guess Obi-Wan in Episode 1 just outscales Darth Bane. Crazy.
The deadliest Sith known in
history. That is crazy. I have never heard anyone say that ever.
Why is Seth holding back, bro? All you gotta do is just say that like every version of Obi-Wan shit stomps every version of the Sith prior to the fucking prequels, bro. Come on. Why are you holding back?
History, one of the greatest.
Make that claim. No, I might actually make it. Actually, I'm not even kidding. Might actually do it.
All right. I want you all here. You can quote me on this. Padawan Obi-Wan shit stomps Revan. Confirmed. Confirmed. He fought Darth Maul. Confirmed.
With Jin nearly defeating him as Maul drained Jin's force energy, still losing all the same. Dooku then comparing Clone War era Obi-Wan to Sin
Yeah, well, like how the Family Guy version of Star Wars. See where they
All
scale.
the same. Dooku then comparing Clone War era
Let me just say,
Obi-Wan to
I don't even like Family Guy. I actually hate that shit.
That's fair. Do I need to demonstrate what responses you can expect from Sindralic or Obi-Wan Kenobi for Mace Windu or Stars Help You Yoda?
Sindralic, with Obi being able to physically harm Savage, who is at least a rival to this Phantom Menace Maul, that Jin could have.
Oh yeah, he just said that Savage fucking compares or rivals Phantom Menace Darth Maul. So that means Obi-Wan could 2v1 Malik and Revan confirmed. Obi-Wan can like 1v everything, the Old Republic. Let's go.
Have very well been outright stronger than if Maul lacked the ability to suppress the Jedi's power. But the light.
Okay, so technically, if you go by the logic of this video, Starkiller just goes a little underneath Palpatine and Yoda because Starkiller is I think even in the good ending, is a high diff fight for Palpatine in the Empire. I don't remember how that fight went in The Force Unleashed. Yeah, he hurts Palpatine, right? I know he fucks up Vader, and Vader is stronger than all of them. With the exception of like fucking Prime Yoda and like fucking, I don't know, who knows? Maybe Seth will show me that Prime Yoda actually scales below Vader.
Strikes of Mace's strike force are noted as among the best of the
Yeah, fuck it, we'll just see.
Jedi. Greater than Sin, at least, as the Battle Master was on Coruscant, and Windu didn't bother to ask his aid in arresting Sidious. Plo Koon and Ki-Adi-Mundi likely fall within this tier as well, as Jedi Council members.
Alright, so he is now scaling Plo Koon and Ki-Adi-Mundi to the ancient Sith. Let it be known that Darth Malgus would have died if he was surrounded on both sides by people shooting him. Let it be known that the ancient Sith, who were terraforming planets, would have died if some clones got behind them. Look, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying it sounds really fucking stupid.
Are the outright most powerful among the Order, and Mace could have thought to recruit them if they weren't off-world. Kit Fisto actually deflected a few strikes from Episode 3 Sidious after he had been nerfed by the Sith Scream, which seems to be a trend in these duels. The Sith somehow nerfing the...
Oh yeah, the Sith Scream that... So yeah, I actually forgot about this, but for those of you who didn't know, when Palpatine screams to start the fight, he is debuffing the Jedi. So the reason the Jedi Masters die so fast in lore is because Palpatine basically nerfs them before the fight starts.
Jedi. Plo Koon actually outperformed Fisto against a mutant.
It's actually pretty consistent with other stuff. Because like when Palpatine first became like a Sith Lord, it was described as if he pretty much just casted a dark cloud over the galaxy, which more or less weakened the light side. Like, not even joking, seriously, that actually happened.
I believe it.
Bounty hunter, and he has his own lawful style of Force lightning. Beat Yoda in a duel, so it's possible that this Jedi could have made the difference against Sidious, if not for his being shot down like a chump by clones. And
alright, so Plo Koon scales to Mace Windu and Yoda according to Seth, which means that the clones upscale.
Almost being sort of off-screened or taken out.
No way! How?
Apparently Plo Koon won a duel against Yoda, and he probably would scale above Kit Fisto in them, so he would be in their realm.
Of the plot without ever having a fight.
Okay, this is one thing I probably should have mentioned before we even started this video, that Jedi scale, no, not Jedi, but like Sith, Force sensitive scaling is a bit weird, because you have to keep in mind that, like, canonically speaking, Force sensitive vary depending on a lot of factors, depending on how much Force they have in them and so on and so forth. Not only that, but also duels in themselves, I would argue, they don't necessarily count for power per se, but more so just skill in itself, or something like that. So it's like, I mean, like, I agree that he's, like, on that level, like, skill-wise, but power-wise, there should be no way he's anywhere near that level. Yoda and Mace Windu are literally Sidious-level threats.
Darth Malgus destroys them all? Apparently not. Pimp Demon, apparently not. Alright. Maul and Savage Oppress are the next tier after some Jedi Masters. Okay, that's fair.
No. What? No.
Maul and Savage Oppress scale above Plo Koon. Based.
Darth Maul, after gaining much more powerful through his robot legs and Night Sister magic, alongside his similarly amped brother, were stated by Clone Wars producer Dave Filoni to have fared better against Sidious than the entirety of Mace Windu's squad.
Getting taken out by Sidious is pretty good. Ranks up there. He puts up a better fight, than the Jedi Council did. I'll say that much for him.
This could be for
Okay, so Dave Filoni, the creator of the Clone Wars, flat out states that Darth Maul and Savage Opress put up a better fight against Sidious than the fucking Jedi Council did. But I'm gonna say something here. Wouldn't Sidious in Part 3 just be stronger than the one that fought them? Since that's not before the end of the Clone Wars? Isn't that how we do things? Bruh, that's actually great. Let's be honest.
Oh, I was gonna say also, he literally forgot that Sidious was literally toying with them. Actually,
no, Neo. Apparently, nuance like that is not needed in my scaling chain. Apparently.
nah, like seriously, in the entire fight, he was literally playing with them and toying with them. And he still had the upper hand between them.
I actually will say flat out that the fight could have ended immediately if Sidious actually took it seriously, the same way he did against the Jedi Council. Because Sidious literally has them dead to rights at the very start of the fight, and then it's just like, fuck it, let's fuck around a little bit. Yeah. No, I wouldn't agree with this to scale them above the Jedi Council. Dave Filoni's statement, while it is a statement he can make, it's ignoring a lot of context. All right.
a number of various reasons, maybe because Sidious couldn't nerf other Darksiders with the same shout technique that he could the Jedi. Either way, it's worth noting that Maul and Savage were outright holding back on Obi-Wan, as opposed to legitimately being weaker than the negotiator. And seeing as Maul was
Okay, hold the fuck up!
Oh my god, what is this?
So, his argument to justify it is that Darth Maul and Savage Opress were holding back against Obi-Wan Kenobi in their 2v1. You know, Darth Maul was holding back against the guy he wanted to kill the whole time. No.
They were not holding back at all. What do you mean?
You know what, Neo? I must have forgot that Savage was holding back when he broke his own fucking kneecap during that fight. I forgot that Savage must have snapped his own kneecap. I must have forgot that scene.
Literally, the two characters you could say hold back. You picked the two characters who, both character-wise and canon, literally never hold back.
Look, guys, I'm glad we can all agree that when Savage got his leg chopped off and his arm chopped off in a 2v1 fight, he was actually holding back the whole time.
Good lord.
Oh, okay, interesting claim. Does this include Zetas or not? Savage must not have that Zeta
able to
upgrade.
fend off Mace Windu for a time and did hold his own against Sidious. And seeing as Maul was able to fend off Mace Windu for a time.
Maul fighting Mace Windu must be a comic feat I'm not familiar with.
It did hold his own against.
Hang on. Take into account the Council were not ready to fight someone like Sidious and have never encountered the Force Scream, which he uses on them. So, what you could argue, also, los tomates acá están listos, o no? Alright, fam, they're not ready yet. What you could argue for the Jedi Council to explain why they died easier is that they had never interacted with the dark side prior to that encounter, so they would not have been ready for it in any way, shape, or form. But fuck out of here. Darth Maul and Savage were not holding back against Obi-Wan, bro. You fucking tripping.
Against Sidious before he overwhelmed him with his Force powers. It stands to reason that the two likely managed to defeat those listed prior in one-on-one combat, especially since Savage did beat Plo Koon on panel. This same Maul then says that Phantom Menace Sidious was stronger than his own mother Talzin, who is outright weaker than Darth Plagueis, with further statements stating that Sidious and his master.
While he accepted that he and Plagueis were more than equal to the most of the powers of the Order, he understood that they were no match for their combined strength, the Sith imperative notwithstanding. Captain Rex shoots Nihilus in the back. Pathetic. Apparently, Nihilus would have died to a single blaster bolt if he was surrounded. Nihilus, the guy who ate planets, would have been killed if you just had a couple of clones behind him. Most don't take into account that the Bane Order of Darksiders are not Sith. They are a branch that follow different tenets than the old Sith. They are not the same. What Seth would be arguing is that the new Sith will be following that tenet.
Master rivaled the best of the Jedi.
But there's a statement for Darth Bane being stronger than the other Sith. I don't disagree with Darth Bane scaling above the older Sith, but I will fucking say there is a problem that needs to be addressed here. The statement that Darth Bane scales above all of the Sith should also include the Sith Emperor. And the Sith Emperor has not appeared on this tier list yet. So I'm very curious what the gymnastics are going to be that Seth's going to argue for that statement not applying to the Sith Emperor. Because technically, Darth Maul should scale above the Sith Emperor based on this logic. So should Savage Opress. So should Count Dooku. So should all the Jedi Masters, apparently. So I'm very curious what his logic is to argue that all of these Sith fall for that statement, but not the Sith Emperor himself. So I'm curious.
At the time, being Yoda and Windu.
Last of the Old Order, Count Dooku, Mace Windu, Yoda, and Anakin Skywalker all scale to each other, but Obi-Wan's not on this list. Interesting. All right. All right, so is Seth going to be based? Or are we going to get old Obi-Wan scaling above Grandmaster Yoda? Based?
Nah, that would be fucking crazy.
Let's go. Let's see this. General Grievous actually upscales above these people? Crazy.
Once the Clone Wars began, really, the Jedi should be weaker as the dark side grows.
The high tiers, that's where he's supposed to be.
Alright, so who's ready for Darth Vader to scale in the very next tier below Obi-Wan Kenobi? Let's go.
In power, which...
Oh my
God. Wait, actually, that's not even a joke. Obi-Wan beat Vader in a fight in Kenobi. By Seth's logic, Obi-Wan scales above Vader. Let's go. I'm ready. My body is ready for the Obi-Wan
could put
scaling.
Plagueis as roughly equal to Prime Mace Windu, seeing as...
Wait a minute, I'm not sure if he could actually use that, because it seems like he's using extended canon. So, I'm not sure actually if he could use that.
He uses the Clone Wars. Wait. Alright, so he claims that Darth Plagueis is equal to Mace Windu? What? Hang on, let me hear that again.
Clone Wars began, really, the Jedi should be weaker as the dark side...
Hang on, let me hear this.
Grows in power, which could put Plagueis as roughly equal to Prime Mace Windu, seeing as the former is stronger than Sidious at least before the dark side anoints his assassination of his master while he was...
Okay, so he believes Darth Plagueis scales to Prime Mace Windu, even though Prime Mace Windu fought one of the stronger versions of Palpatine and beat him. Interesting.
I'm gonna say, Darth Plagueis a pushover to eater. I mean, dude literally altered an entire planet just from literally setting foot on it. But like, I don't know, man, about that one.
I don't know if it's fair to scale him to a guy who scales to his stronger apprentice, but okay.
Wounded and drunk. This is debatable, though, as while the Jedi should be overall nerfed, some members of the Order do manage to get more capable as the war rages on, such as Obi-Wan managing to fend off 2 warriors greater than the Phantom Menace Maul he barely beat, even if Savage and Maul were holding back. Some...
Okay, dude, he keeps saying Savage and Darth Maul were holding back. I need a statement. Bro, I want the statement. Sparta, you do Star Wars scaling, right? Do you have a statement for that? He keeps saying that they're holding back, but I need a source.
Some sources even imply Jedi at the caliber of Yoda can get force amps even from dark side nexuses, and Mace's saber style draws on the dark side, meaning that the...
I guess.
You know what, bro? I guess... You know what, Neil? I actually forgot one last thing about that fight. Darth Maul was so nice in holding back that when his brother got his legs chopped off, instead of continuing the 1v1 and killing Obi-Wan by going serious, he throws him away from the fight to run away. I actually forgot how nice Darth Maul was there. What a nice guy. What a nice guy.
A war might have someone amp their powers even if it dulled their, say, precognition abilities. Either way, the likes of Yoda and Mace would be around here, with Dooku rivaling them both with Legends material, especially showcasing Dooku's parody to Attack of the Clones Yoda and Clone War era Windu. Funny enough, this means that a Dooku versus Sidious battle might not be too one-sided, though Sidious would surely win. It's worth mentioning to the idea that Mace did outright defeat Sidious, anything otherwise is headcanon. Yet still, Order 66.
Okay, so Mace Windu flat out beat Sidious in a fight. That is anything else is headcanon. But Darth Maul holding back against Obi-Wan is perfectly valid. Where's the statement? He's not giving a statement for it, but he has a scan for every other fucking statement he gives. Hang on. They regularly use different methods to kill their masters. Most don't kill 1v1 like they're supposed to, as Plagueis and Sidious both ambush or poison their masters. There are statements after facing Maul. Obi-Wan spent his time mastering the lightsaber style that counters the way Sith fights. No, I'm sure it does. But my Maul, I will kill you, Kenobi. Frauds from the mouth with rabies, but let me hold back. Darth Maul's entire character killing Kenobi gets a chance to kill Kenobi. I'm gonna hold back. I'm holding back. Hold me back, Savage.
Gave the wounded Sith greater power, meaning Yoda is in all likelihood at least equal to Mace, as some statements suggest, as he barely lost against a stronger Sidious who pushed Mace to his limits. Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, is called the strongest Jedi many times, genuinely stomping a Dooku so terrified and helpless that to block Skywalker's saber strikes, he was aged a decade with every parry.
Oh, hang on.
That to block Skywalker's saber strike.
Each parry cost Dooku more power than he used to throw Kenobi across the room. Each block aged him a decade. Okay, so according to the novel, every block Dooku did aged him by 10 years. That means by the start of the fight to the end of the fight, if we take Set, because Set's taking it literally, Dooku is 500 years older by the end of the fight. Dooku looks pretty good for a 500-something-year-old man. I do think Anakin's way stronger than Dooku, but there's statements saying that Palpatine fucked with Dooku during the fight.
He was aged a decade with every parry. Sidious told Dooku to go all out and even began to prioritize his own life above his master's plan for Anakin during their duel.
Also,
this is a Mace and Yoda.
You know, I'm kind of glad you brought that up, Rock, because like I don't know why so many people contend with the idea that Yoda like lost against Sidious. He clearly was getting the upper hand. He just had to bail out because, well, stormtroopers started to come, and also he kind of already lost the order. So like, what's the point of fighting when when Sidious already?
Listen, I will tell it to you like this, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. If Yoda and Sidious were fighting in an open area, no fucking platform, no Order 66 had happened or anything, Yoda was taking his ass. Yoda was gonna whoop his ass. That it would be a high diff fight, maybe extreme diff, but Yoda was coming out of that on top. I don't know anyone else claiming otherwise. Just did not see the same fight.
I disagree.
Shut the fuck up! You don't even scale Star Wars.
Level fighter.
Actually, you even watched episode 3, Kyle.
Episode 3.
Have you seen Revenge of the Sith, Kyle?
Yes, like 14 years ago.
Alright, go fuck yourself.
Who is totally humbled after mildly provoking Skywalker. Then, with the dark side as his ally, Anakin is stated to have unmatched power even greater than the Order 66 empowered Sidious, while his harming of Padme and her...
Wait! He's now arguing that Darth Vader, at the end of episode 3, is superior to Sidious in power.
No, not really.
Isn't that directly contradicted by the movie?
Yeah. Also, literally, it's made clear that if Yoda would have went for Anakin, Anakin would have died pretty badly. Even Sidious states this, and that's kind of a bad thing. That's kind of a bad situation because how could he be superior like somebody who's like relative to Yoda.
So just to offer context for why I disagree with his statement here, because there's that. Yoda flat out tells Obi-Wan, you can't handle Sidious. Go deal with Anakin. If Anakin's stronger, Yoda's either fucking stupid or something.
Even greater than the Order 66 empowered Sidious.
No, I don't know how Seth thinks that's
While his
game by.
harming of Padme and her perceived betrayal weakened
Bitch,
him
you are.
greatly.
Fight the child, you will.
Anakin Skywalker, the most crash outs in history. I think crash out is putting it mildly.
No, okay. Hang on. So, but even Sidious hadn't foreseen Anakin's defeat by Obi-Wan Kenobi on Mustafar. Anakin had still been between worlds then and vulnerable. Bro, he already had
Or his
Sith
battle with
eyes!
Obi-Wan, as Anakin's love for her is what allowed him to commit such atrocities, with his own Sith amp wavering as he solemnly meditated on what he had done even before Padme arrives on Mustafar. This means that Anakin as a Jedi is stronger and more skilled than Yoda and Windu, and his Sith state surpasses Sidious at the time, but his conflict.
Okay, so what Seth is arguing is that Anakin, when he goes to the Jedi Temple, is stronger than Sidious, but by the time he kills everyone on Mustafar, apparently he starts being a little bitch and starts wondering if maybe he messed up. And that's why he loses to Obi-Wan. No.
No, probably one of the worst moments to have clarity.
Anakin after committing genocide? Okay, this post-nut clarity's hitting really hard this time.
Conflicted state against Obi-Wan nerfed him to the point that he lost to someone that Dooku easily manhandled earlier in the same film, with Obi-Wan not really having that much reasons to grow so significantly in power.
Okay, so he scales Obi-Wan below Dooku, but he hasn't mentioned what tier Obi-Wan sits at. Okay, so here's Starkiller. He scales Starkiller above Grandmaster Yoda, Mace Windu, and Anakin in Episode 3, who was stronger than Palpatine. Interesting.
Starkiller, who doesn't really classify as a Jedi or Sith, but let's squint for the video's sake, managed to hold his own against Darth Vader, who has actually grown much more powerful since as a Jedi killer than a Knight of the Order. This has been covered extensively in both prior videos, as well as on Crysis' channel, and as well as Kylo Ren versus Vader here. The long and short of it is there are various statements from the material self-stating Vader to have reached new heights. He's far stronger than someone who could go toe-to-toe with Mace Windu per the novels, and the rise of Darth Vader showcases his journey to
You know what? I've come to the decision. I know the strongest tag team in fiction.
Who's that, Kyle?
You're not beating, at the height of their power, a politicking Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels.
Shut up. Get your fucking wrestling
No,
out of here.
Neo knows what I'm talking about. Beating that.
Oh, that's a crazy ass comparison. I'm not
embracing the dark side and adapting beyond his disabilities via his hatred. This means that Starkiller, who in fairness only beat a Vader who is underestimating Galen in The Force Unleashed 1 and lost the duel seen in the second game, if not for spamming Vader's main weaknesses. He still managed to put up a fight against Vader either way, and his potential is insane, perhaps greater than Vader or Sidious's, and he was honed into a lethal warrior by the greatest duelist in the galaxy, still sporting Palpatine, Yoda, and Obi-Wan. Speaking of Obi-Wan, his state as Old Ben could be even greater than what was seen in the Clone Wars. When considering most pieces of evidence, his power having not been reduced since the prequels, his training to become stronger on Tatooine, adapting to its climate, contrasted by his weakened stamina, it all paints the picture that his age manifests in his diminished ability to outlast his enemies. Yet his connection is so strong that he can still maintain a solid defense against Vader, more powerful than Anakin ever was, at least out of Mortis. This is in contrast to Galen, as Vader.
Okay, I'm just going to say this right now. He's bringing up a lot of statements and a lot of feats, but I haven't seen the feat of young Obi-Wan beating up Vader in the Kenobi show. I don't know, bro.
Had measured Obi's power as having not degraded since the Clone Wars, yet was weak to his own, and still Obi defended himself well against Vader. I got a lot of comments about the Obi-Wan Kenobi show in my prior videos, however those and this one were built using lore from the Legends continuity, whereas that series is set in the rebooted Disney timeline. It'd be like trying to use Dragon Ball Heroes or one of the old Z movies to prove a point about canon Dragon Ball Super Goku. They're both Obi-Wan, but they're not the same Obi-Wan. So while in the show he manages to outmatch Vader, only to then fall off hard as an old man and crumple with every saber block against Vader onto Dooku versus Anakin, old Ben in Legends got far more powerful in his...
Okay, so hold on a minute. He uses Clone Wars for scaling, but the Kenobi show is not valid because it's new canon. Clone Wars is new canon. So does that mean we're not... You know what? Ahsoka hasn't been mentioned yet. Does that mean we're not getting Ahsoka either?
exile, but still gasses
Because
out
Rebels should
too
fall into the
quickly.
same category as Kenobi. Okay, yeah. Okay. So this is a Legends-based video. This is not going over everything in the new one. Yeah, because he's bringing up the New Order. Oh, does that mean we're not getting the? Does that mean we're not getting Kylo Ren?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying before. I didn't think it was going to go over like any of like some of the new stuff because of the fact that this is an extended canon and it kind of ends after a certain point. I forgot what material. I mean, what year the extended universe just pretty much end and everything just kind of becomes canon.
I don't think I'll ever like really scale Star Wars, but if I do, it'll only be like a few specific characters I want to talk about. It's not gonna be the whole fucking series.
Surpassing Obi-Wan via various comparisons, usually from Grandmaster Luke Skywalker's point of view, are the masters of the new Jedi Order, such as Leia, Kyle Katarn, Kip Duron, and Mara Jade. Kip and like Han Order and Speed Father, it's still lost to hope for only be
Darth Bane's Ascendance? What?
Yet still, Darth Vader himself would likely defeat these legendary contemporaries of the new Jedi Order. Vader during A New Hope was already more powerful than Old Ben, despite the gap being smaller in Legends compared to Disney's canon, to the point that Luke in Empire Strikes Back was stated by Vader to be the strongest of all Jedi, and this Vader, even more powerful than he was in A New Hope, easily dealt with Luke in Empire Strikes.
Okay, so hang on. He scales the new Jedi Order above Obi-Wan, who was close in power to Vader, but he scales Vader above the new Jedi. Interesting.
Back, meaning he would stomp Old Ben and likely Leia, Kip, and Kyle, as they are all in Old Ben's ballpark. Plus, Vader's actual peak is during Return of the Jedi, so his power above Obi-Wan is staggering when everything is said and done. Vader is far stronger, faster, and more skilled than when he was a Jedi, a point in his life when he had already likely eclipsed fighters such as Mace Windu and Yoda. He's at least very close to them in combat abilities. Vader in the novels and comics actually performs many acrobatic stunts, with the films canonically showing us a conflicted or restricted Vader, obvious movie concessions stopping them from moving as quickly as they did, say, in the third movie. Cautious against Obi-Wan as his more elaborate techniques costed him their last duel, and he's weakened in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi against Luke, as I've said. So when it comes to Vader versus the great Jedi of old, such as Yoda and Mace Windu, Anakin already stood a very good shot at defeating them 1v1, and was in probably a similar, at least, tier.
Yeah, so he scales Vader above Episode 3 Anakin at his peak. Crazy.
Bare minimum. And Vader is simply far more powerful than he was at that time, with decades more of dark side training and wartime combat comparatively.
So
in Legends, a dark Jedi with Vader's power but none of his control attacked Yoda shortly after Order 66, and he stalemated the Grandmaster for days. Control is one of the key components of Force combat, and a lack of it can be a great hindrance in a duel. So this basically means that Vader in his right mind would soundly put down the Master Jedi. Darth Vader at his peak is far stronger than Sidious. As a Revenge of the Sith, we have to keep in mind that Palpatine too grows in power as he studies, masters his abilities, creates new ones. And yes, Vader can beat certain versions of Sidious, whereas later and stronger versions make things contentious, perhaps warranting its own video, which I may be doing. Speaking of Sidious, when addressing his most powerful version as seen in the Dark Empire comics, he'd be known as the strongest Sith of all time. He as well threatens to destroy the entire universe by consuming it in a hyperspace wormhole controlled by his own dark power. He managed to defeat a Return of the Jedi and was more skilled than ever before, Luke Skywalker, before humbling and training the Jedi. Luke managed to at least adapt to a conflicted Vader's saber assault, and an interesting debate in the community has always been that of Sidious versus ancient analog Valkorion from the Old Republic games. While hushed whispers tell of a Twitter statement referring to them as equals seem to have been lost, or fabricated outright, your opinion of the victor depends on a few interpretations.
Dude actually can't even run.
Okay, so he's finally bringing up the Sith Emperor from the Old Republic, but he's saying there used to be a Twitter statement that said that the Sith Emperor was equal to Sidious, but that doesn't exist anymore, or at least no one talks about it anymore, so it might have been faked. So where does he scale Sith Emperor?
As this is one of the biggest debates in Star Wars. Valkorion is often referred to as a god or godlike force being, with similar beings such as Abeloth have been said to dwarf Sidious at a fundamental level. He also divorces himself from the religion of the Sith, meaning he might not be narratively beholden to Darth Bane and his successors, necessary stature above the ancient Sith. Yet still, Sidious is possibly the most powerful being ever.
Okay, so yeah, he argues that the Sith Emperor, Valkyrion, does not count because he doesn't consider himself a Sith. If that's the fucking case, Nihilus isn't technically considered a Sith either. I want that no, fuck out of here. You don't get to make this argument for one and not the other. Fuck out of here.
At least until after his final death, regardless if Valkorion is a Sith or not. And other sources refer to Sidious with the same divine status. In terms of feats versus feats, Valkorion was known to erase things like sound, color, and the Force itself from entire worlds and rituals that he was then implied to be able to replicate through his sheer power alone. Whereas Sidious had weaponized a higher dimension to destroy the entire universe. So I'll let you guys do the math.
Alright, so he scales Jaina Solo and Jason Solo above Vader. That's fair.
Speaks all out. Amp Solo, Astral thing of inspiration. While earlier with the Legends Kenobi versus Disney.
Actually makes a lot of sense, all things considered.
Yeah, that one's fine.
Kenobi breakdown, we can kind of approximate where Kylo would be in this pecking order from a narrative sense at least. When we find him in Force Awakens, his greatest fear is his failure to live up to Darth Vader, with his attempts to usurp his legacy being found in the comics. Many debate if he ever managed to outdo his forefather, which I go over in great detail in this video here. And some statements suggested in the Last Jedi novel note that Kylo actually reached the level of power that Luke had sensed and feared in him, one greater than any other he'd ever felt. This comes under some scrutiny, as it's hard to say if...
Yeah, apparently there's a statement that Kylo might be above Sidious. Crazy?
Luke ever felt Vader's full power, as he's pretty much always conflicted against him.
I have to look for that. I've never heard that before. I've seen statements of him being compared to like Luke during the events of I forgot what was the second movie, I believe. But like I don't recall anything like that. That's interesting.
So in the Last Jedi novel, according to Luke, Kylo Ren has achieved the level of power that he's never felt before.
Even in canon. Sidious was also apparently toying
a scavenger who's never held a fucking lightsaber. Okay.
with Luke as he was torturing him, only using his full power to send his conscious to Exegol while Skywalker was delirious and recovering. While he did battle with Snoke, he is a failed clone of Sidious and doesn't scale 1-to-1 to Palpatine or even Vader's full power necessarily. Speaking of Sidious, he views Kylo as his apprentice, seeing as he controlled Snoke, Kylo's mentor, and in text written by the Sith Lord literally off-screen during Rise of Skywalker, he calls Vader his greatest pupil, doubts Kylo would ever reach his level, and states that the only one to ever rival him was Darth Vader and Anakin. So, it seems that while Kylo versus Vader is somewhat debatable in a sense, the most knowledgeable characters in universe see this as a rather one-sided, barring Luke's lack of wisdom on the matter.
I really would like to buy some of these Star Wars books and do some light Star Wars scaling, but fuck me, it's such a toxic series to scale, because it's just like, there are so many statements that put characters above characters they should never realistically be above.
Especially considering he was barely a Jedi Knight with middling experience at a time when he'd have to assess Vader's threat level. So in essence, Kylo is likely weaker than Vader, but approaching him at best. Same goes for Rey, as their dyad connection makes them equals by episode 8 and 9.
Okay, so he's saying that with the extended information and lore, that Kylo Ren and Rey are just a bit weaker than Vader. With all the extra statements outside of the novel. I don't know how I feel about that.
It goes without saying that even some of the strongest Jedi in canon are dwarfed by many of the weakest in Legends. It's not as simple as saying Darth Disney Vader equals Legend Vader and approximating where Kylo would be based on that. That'd be like claiming Wonder Woman from the comics would lose to Superman because it happened in the movies. Two totally different timelines with totally different scaling.
Alright, so now he has Luke.
Moving on, we find Luke Skywalker at his prime had already bested the strongest Sidious in a life-or-death battle. The strongest Jedi of his time, his legendary reputation is only somewhat rivaled by the few Sith compared to him, such as Darish, Lumaya, Kaitis, as we mentioned, Darth Krayt, who performs roughly equal to Luke against the same foe, and Soresu. These obscure Sith of Luke's age either do battle with Luke to some extent or are narratively compared to the Jedi's power. Keep in mind, though, that Skywalker constantly kept his power in check in his later years, remembering how Sidious manipulated his potential in his bloodlust, and the bloodlust which his enemies and even nephew had stalked in him after his great betrayal. So if one was to bet money on Luke versus any living Jedi and Sith, they really only stand a chance if Luke wants them dead or not. Thus, we are left with the strongest Jedi at any point in history, which is the Chosen One himself when amplified to such a place when he can humble the strongest Force users in history. Anakin on Mortis brought the ones to their knees, embodiments of the light and dark sides of the Force. Even the most exaggerated interpretations of Sidious and Yoda, you'd say Sidious embodies the dark, Yoda embodies the light. This would be greater than both. He could be their literal father if he so chose to do so. Sidious would have to have become uber enraged to destroy the universe, whereas the ones could do so just by passively existing or possibly fighting within the mortal world, and Anakin in this form dominated them. Anyways, guys, that is the rank.
Alright, that's it for the video. His final position was that Anakin on Mortis was the strongest, which is fair. Anakin has the best feat there, but I don't know, bro. Luke said to be the strongest Jedi, so I guess Luke's stronger than Anakin on Mortis, you know, based on these fucking logics. Director statement shouldn't be used. Please ignore everything I say about my series, which I will never make outside the story. Blah. Now, I would like to mention that just because Bane says he's stronger than the Ancient Sith is probably not true, considering the arrogance of the Banehead Sith. It was a guidebook, I believe, that said it. So, it's not a bad tier list. I just don't think, based on some of the logical arguments he makes, that certain characters are at the level they are. I disagree with the Sith Triumphant being at the bottom of the pecking order. If you put Mitra by the end of KOTOR 2 up next to Revan, Nihilus and Scion should be there. They're able to fight Mitra. Yeah. Pretty nice video overall. You know, it was solid. I didn't really agree with much of it. There were definitely some things I found weird, but like I would have to go through Star Wars to properly, you know, refute or scale that. But my mom's watching Spanish news in the background, so I'll probably go ahead and end this stream here. Thank you guys for showing up. Merry Christmas, if it's still Christmas for you guys wherever you are. And there probably won't be a stream tonight. But yeah, I want to do a Christmas Day stream, so Merry Christmas. Thanks you guys for coming out, and I hope you guys have a nice end to your Christmas day. Take care, everybody.